What is going on, Amazon sellers? Welcome back to a special weekly live news and Q&A show built just for you guys. Today is going to be a mega stream, an Uber stream. I don't know. It's going to be big. It's going to be fun. And we're going to be giving away a ton of stuff. We've got courses, we've got coaching, we've got all kinds of stuff for you guys. But welcome in. Glad to see everybody here. I'm Chris Grant, and I am here with my philanthropic co-host, Chris Rasick. Today, of course, we'll chat about a few pieces of news that should be of interest to you guys. We're going to be answering your guys' questions, talking Q4, Amazon, online arbitrage, retail arbitrage, or wholesale. And I'm going to be straight up with everybody. We are going to be trying to pick your pocket, but it's going to be for a good cause. I promise. Chris is in his, I don't know, how many years have you been doing it, man?
This is the 12th year.
12. So Chris is in his 12th year of raising money for an organization called Movember. And Movember is an organization that focuses on men's health, both physical and mental health. Because there are a lot of things that affect men, and we're not always the best about getting things checked out or checking in with our mental health. And so Movember has raised over $800 million. They've funded over 1,200 projects in more than 20 countries to try to move men's health forward and get men caught up a little bit. And we've got a ton of facts and figures that we will be sharing with you guys over the course of the evening. But before we get started, Chris, how's it going, man?
It's going good. I have really been looking forward to this. I was telling, I've told a lot of people about it. It's amazing how this came together very quickly. But also organically, and the way the friends of the show have stepped up is heartwarming, to say the least. I mean, I never would have guessed, if you had asked me when we first started talking about this, kicking around the idea that we would have the amount of prizes and the amount of support from our network. I'm not sure I would have guessed half as much as what we ended up getting from our friends and our network. So first thing right out of the chute, a big thank you to everyone. Thank you to the friends of the show. Thank you to everyone that donated. Thank you to everyone that will donate. It's 12 years that I've been doing it. And if you're not familiar, you grow a mustache over the course of the month of November. And as you can clearly see, it's not a flattering thing. It is not an appearance enhancer. And if you think about it, so they went, it was early 2000s when they started. I'm going to have some dog background noise here. Apologize. But if you think back in the early 2000s, mustaches were not popular. they were not cool. There's kind of like a subculture now where some people are starting to wear some mustaches. Like Paul Skeens, the Rookie of the Year candidate in the National League for the Pirates, stud pitcher. He wore a mustache all season. You see it with some celebrities and stuff like that. So they're a little bit of subculture now, which I don't know if Movember's happy about that or not, whether they wanted it to be something goofy looking on our faces. People walking around with soup strainers when it's not in vogue is a bit of a better conversation starter, which is why they started doing this. It's a ridiculous thing. What was the squirrel? There's a squirrel. I should look up the nickname. I'll do that during the show. I'll look up for different nicknames for mustaches. But yeah, so it's something near and dear to my heart, for multiple reasons that we'll get into, over the course of the show. But I'm very, very grateful for the support that everyone has shown and will show. Yeah. So I'm great. I got it trimmed up. I went, you know, I kind of had a mini handlebar thing. I always kind of start it low here. You know, I don't want to start too short because you can't, you know, it tends, I don't, you know, I don't know where to officially end the mustache. You know,
Well, mustaches are not something natural that should really be on most men's faces. So I'm not sure there's a right answer to that question.
Thank you for
Yeah,
that. I appreciate that.
no problem. You know,
but yeah, so yeah, trimmed up. I got it. You know, I shaved the rest down to make it pop a little bit more on camera.
yeah, potato. Yeah, so speaking of friends stepping up and our network stepping up, I want to take a moment. I want to mention all those people, all the companies, the friends of the show who really came through with these giveaways. And these are in no particular order, but the very first is Three Colts. Three Colts stepped up in a massive way, and they gave us $2,000 to do with whatever we would like. Now, $1,000 of that has just been donated to the fundraiser in Three Colts' name. The other $1,000 is going to be split up, and we're going to have two $500 winners tonight. We're going to be picking names from. We'll be picking names from the chat. You're going to have to be here to be able to win, and we will get to these giveaways here in a little while. But you can take that money and blow it on Christmas presents. You can blow it on inventory, spend it on yourself, whatever you want to do. That will, you know, and Three Colts will get that out to you. Aura has stepped up huge, and they have they're giving away 1 full year of Aura repricer. Someone's going to get it for an entire year. That's over $1,000 just at $97 a month. It's huge. Derek Lee over at OA Hunt is going to give somebody 1 month worth of leads, which you really can't put a number on that. It could be worth $500 if you use it very sparingly. It could be worth $5,000 if you go in and go really hard on some of the leads. Friends of the show, Kim and Perry Coughlin, who we had on an episode, are doing some coaching. And I'm going to be straight up with you. This is one of my favorites because Kim and Perry absolutely crush. Not only do they do over $13 million a year in retail arbitrage, they do it while having raised 13 fairly well-adjusted children. And they haven't lost any of them, and they've all survived. So that in itself is a feat, and I think they know all of their names. Seller Amp and Boxem have both chipped in 3 months of their programs to some winners. Corey Gannum is going to let us give away a wholesale challenge. Saul, or at Saul Sells Stuff on Twitter, and the proprietor of the Buy Box Discord group, is going to give away 3 months of Flip Alert. We're also going to be giving away an Amazon to Amazon Flips Challenge course. Jonathan Swart of I Love Supplies Polybags, the best polybags in the business, hands down. And they have the polybags where you don't have to cover up any UPCs on the products that you send in, which, in my opinion, is a game changer. Shaving a second off every single product is money. And so he's going to give away I think a $500 set of bags. Charles Leslie of Network Prep is going to give away, I think, 300 units of free prep and 6 months in their Discord for free. And honestly, this is a testament to the kind of community that we have access to as Amazon sellers. We may be competing with each other, but when there's a way to give back to sellers as well as give to a good cause, people in this community just step up. And I want to take a moment. I really want to let you know that we appreciate everyone who was willing to donate something for these giveaways. There's also going to be some special guests tonight. I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your busy schedule to come on and chat with us and you folks as well. And if you are in the market for a service that one of these businesses or people offer, I would I would encourage you to reach out and give them some serious consideration. It's good to do business with those who try to do good, and these are all folks who try to do good. So, who has the cool poly bags? It's I Love Supplies. That's just ilovesupplies.com. So,
yeah. We should probably go through, like, as you're reading through the sponsors that have been so generous. We did get quite a few comments, so maybe as a cool way to go back through the list, we should probably answer some of those. To set the stage, to let everyone know, my goal, which becomes harder and harder with the generosity that the network, that our network has shown, and especially you, Chris. I shouldn't thank anybody before I thank you. Just your friendship and your help with this has taken my fundraising efforts to a whole nother level, a level that I didn't realize was possible. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I truly do appreciate it. So to start, my goal was $2,000. I've been raising it a little bit every single year. Today, we started with $317. Okay. The goal is 2,000 and beyond. I'm happy to push that goal higher. If you do make a donation, please toss it in the comments, and let us know which of the prizes you're most interested in outside of the $500 cash. That kind of goes without saying. But before we got too far, I know we're still setting the stage, but we started with $317. 3 Colts donated $1,000 again, and they are also the sponsors of the 2 $500 cash prizes. They run a bevy of services and a lot that I use and Chris uses, and probably my favorite suite of tools. And even before they gave us cash, I would have told you that. So they donated $1,000. There was a Josh threw in $50. Thank you very much, Josh. There's also there was a promo going, which I didn't realize anything about, but Pringles, the canned chip company, they are matching. They're throwing in a $25 match to any donations of $25 or more for a limited time. They said either I think end of day or till they run out of money. There might be a little bit more juice. I've gotten a couple donations earlier today and the Pringles money shows up right away. So we could get this tally moving up there pretty quick. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, Chris, do you want to go through some of the comments of the sponsors of the show? We had some shout outs as you were announcing them.
Yeah, absolutely. I see Seller Amp dropped in the chat. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I forgot one. I forgot RevSeller. RevSeller is going to give away a free year as well, and I totally forgot that. Now, I want to get into some news soon, and I want to start answering questions. Comments are coming in like crazy, and they're a little hard to keep up with. But I do also want to let everybody know that I'm going to match donations up to $1,000. So whatever you guys donate, I'm going to match up to $1,000. And we're going to get this thing. We're going to crush this $2,000 target that Chris had this year. So, and of course, we've got yeah, absolutely. We've got a link down here. We've got code up in the top right hand corner. So please be generous, and we'll do what we can to make sure you guys win some good prizes tonight. All right. So yeah, 135 folks in here. That is awesome. Where do we donate? You can donate at mobro.co/Chris Rasick. That's going to be right down here below me, or up in the top right-hand corner, I believe. Yeah, it's going to be the top right-hand corner of any video that you're watching. There is a QR code. You can scan that QR code. It will take you directly to the donation page where you can drop a donation. And now this won't go everywhere, but I will put it in the comments here as well, and it should show up on YouTube and a few other places. But we're gonna knock this thing out of the park tonight. Now, sorry guys, there are just so many comments here. Chris, were there any particular comments you wanted me to pop out here before we get started?
Well, Carrie Johnson just made a donation. Thank you so much. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate that. Luke had asked what the previous record was. That record is about to be smashed. We're there almost already. Last year it was, it's been a series. I've been fortunate enough to set a new series of records. Last year was the highest. I raised $1,779 last year. Grand total since 2011, when I started this whole thing, is $7,224, just me. So, and those thanks to the help of everyone here, that number is climbing very, very quickly. So,
Yeah, that's awesome.
but yeah, we covered the poly bags. That was I Love Supplies. Somebody asked about the cool bags. Another thing about those, the covering the barcodes, taking care of the barcodes, it also avoids that warehouse employee scanning the UPC of the product itself instead of your FNSKU label. So it's almost that insurance factor. It's not a big deal until it happens. So that's another benefit of those. So that's Jonathan Swart of I Love Supplies. OA Hunt, Derek got a shout out as one of the best lead lists out there. I will not argue that. I've been a longtime subscriber to OA Hunt, as well as Eli's OA Leads Pro. Luke was a brown noser, and he shouted out my company, which I do appreciate. There is a spot open if anybody wants on the weekend list, but that's not what we're here for.
Yeah. Everyday Unicorns just donated 104. Sadly, lost their dad on Sunday to prostate cancer. I'm sorry to hear that. Condolences from us and our families to you. That's very rough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I thank you for the generosity in what is no doubt a very hard time. That's a testament to your character. I truly appreciate that.
Yeah. Charles,
Chad.
Leslie, and the Side Hustle Network folks, $250. Appreciate you guys. That's very, very generous of you.
We should have gotten like an air horn or something like they do at bars if they get a big
Right.
tip, or is it just wah wah?
Right.
I need the sound effects.
I want to go through the giveaways really quickly so everybody knows exactly what we're going to be giving away tonight, because the list is long. I did not tell you guys everything in thanking the sponsors, what we're going to be giving away tonight, but we're going to be giving away 1 year of RevSeller. Kim and Perry are going to be giving away some coaching, and Tony already with the Ann Arbor style. I was gonna hold it back for a little while.
19 minutes in and we're all
right?
ready.
We're gonna be giving away Keepa Academy, IP Alert, a lifetime license, the OA Challenge replays, a thing of Keepa SOPs, which is about 65 SOPs for Keepa. We're gonna be giving away the Points and Miles Challenge, and we'll be having Tom, who taught the Points and Miles Challenge, who's an absolute whiz with credit cards and using and getting points much faster than we probably do. We're going to have him on at 5:30 here in about 10 minutes. We're going to have a little chat with him to help you accumulate more points, fly first class. I was in Miami this weekend. My business partner Nate was also in Miami. And him and his son got to fly down first class thanks to points. Cost us $0 out of our pocket. It was his son's first time flying first class. My wife flew to Dubai this summer first class, $15,000 flight, absolutely free. And it's really stuff that I've learned from Tom to be able to do this. And I still have a couple 100,000 points available to me. I'm banking up for a vacation with the kids next year. We're going to be giving away a wholesale challenge, 3 months of Flip Alert, the Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge, I Love Supplies poly bags, 3 months of Seller Amp, 3 months of Box'em. One person's going to get a year to the Aura repricer. I've also got some Aura swag to give away. The OA Hunt Blue lead list, you're going to get a month free from that. 2 $500 winner cash from 3 Colts. 300 units free prep from Network Prep, and 6 months free in their Discord. And they talk all about Walmart and Amazon and eBay. So we've got a lot of good things, and we're going to get to that right after we have our first guest. We'll do the first giveaway. So let's do a little bit of news, and then we're going to end up having Tom on here at 5:30. Like I said, we've got some great guests. We got Tom Mays, Dylan Carter, Corey Gannum, Eli Glakowski throughout the evening. So there's going to be a ton of great information here. If you have to come in and out, of course, we totally understand, but we're going to be going for minimum 3 hours, I think, tonight. And of course, we are here to help you guys as well. So if you have questions, use hashtag ask, and we'll make sure to get to your questions as well and help you in any way that we can. All right. So the first piece of news, dangerous goods can now be shipped in the US with Amazon by shipping. So you no longer have to go outside of the Amazon atmosphere. You can use Amazon by shipping to ship dangerous goods in the US, shipping ground and USPS ground advantage. Now, of course, Amazon says if you have a preferred ship method besides those options, you need to work directly with the carrier to ensure your shipment meets the dangerous goods requirements. And as the shipper, it is your responsibility to ensure any order containing dangerous goods complies with the carrier's packaging and labeling guidelines, et cetera, and so on. So they're obviously stating that if you use Amazon by shipping, even though they are the shipper of record, if you do something wrong, they're not going to eat that $10,000 fine. They're obviously gonna come back to you and deal with that. So now, how does it work? When you select this shipment contains dangerous goods in the checkbox, they're going to refresh the shipping method to show you a list of supported carriers. If the service does not meet the customer delivery promise, or it's not available for your ship from and ship to locations, no ship message or ship methods will be available. That's not a good sign for a live stream. So there may be occasions where you need to go outside of Amazon. Now, of course, I would check with Vico first. That is my preferred route to ship things merchant fulfilled, and then pirate ship would be after that. But it is nice that at least we can do that inside Amazon now.
Yeah, and hazmat continues to be a great opportunity. You know, we talk about building moats, and especially most commonly it comes up with price tanking. You know, if you're frustrated with price tanking and you are eligible to sell hazmat goods, you're sleeping on your own solution. It can be tricky. You don't get a ton of storage. You do have to manage that. But if you manage the storage and you're eligible to do it, there's a lot of profit there, and reduced competition. So it's definitely worth looking into. If you haven't applied to be eligible, definitely do so. I love hazmat. I know there's kind of like among lead lists. I know some of them advertise no hazmat. So I imagine there's probably a divided into different camps, whether the pro hazmat stuff, and obviously if you're not eligible to sell it, you're not interested in the leads that you're paying for having hazmat in there, because it kind of reduces the total amount of leads that you're getting if you're subscribed to a lead list. But I try not to put more than one, when I send my weekend lists or my one-off list, because I know it's kind of a weird territory as far as the reception goes, but this is good news.
Yeah,
Dangerous
absolutely.
goods.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I think if I had it my way and I could only focus on FBM, I would do so much perfume and cologne because it's small, it's light, it's easy to get out there. It's absolutely fantastic. So We're gonna have
they're
Tom.
always double sealed. You know, they'll be in a box
Exactly.
and then they'll be sealed on the outside, and they're
So good.
geometrically very easy to ship. Oh man, love it. And prices are up. You know,
Exactly.
it's a small package with a big old price tag most of the time. Yeah.
Exactly. Mark, $25 donated. I really appreciate you, man.
Thank you,
You've been
Mark.
a huge supporter. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah.
Um,
And Chris, these are I've got my my Movember page up, and these are coming so fast. If we should just announce, if I miss, or if we miss one of your donations, I am terribly sorry. Feel free to throw a reminder in the comments if we don't get to it after a certain time. If you require the validation, which is fine if you do, we'll gladly give it as long as we see it and have time.
Absolutely.
But yeah, John Myers, thank you. Ebenezer, thank you. Denise donated. Flamingo Flyby, thank you. Artem, I really appreciate it. Oh, and before we get too far, Artem and Luke, you see, and this is probably our most populated stream that we've ever had, and they have a sixth sense humor, which is normally appreciated. I did put your sign up. I have bad news though. The sign doesn't work. In typical Temu fashion, it does not light up. But I told you I would have it for the stream, and everyone else that is going, what the hell is he talking about right now? So this sign says "money well wasted," which is a terrible message, especially for what we're doing on the show. And then right above it is a picture of my daughter. So yeah, it's doubly insulting. So thank you very much, guys. So Chris, you changed your background. If you're new to these streams, we're here every week at 5:00 on Wednesdays. We've been doing it for not quite a year. It's been more than 6 months. But if you're just joining us, welcome. And Chris changed his background. He's got a very cool. He's got a couple lightsabers poking out of his shoulders now. And it's a stark contrast to what he had before, and definitely a stark contrast to what I have. And so there was a running joke week after week. Mainly Luke and Artem would ask when I was going to Twitchify my background, and I refused. And in typical bully fashion, going back to grade school, if you are emphatic about your denial of something, the bullies will pile on and make it more and they'll only start piling on more. So what they did is they went to Temu, they bought that sign that you see to force me to give me an obligation, since it was a gift, to Twitchify my background, even though I said I wasn't going to. So out of gratitude and appreciation of six senses of humor, I did agree to have that sign up. But let me double check the power button. Yeah, so yeah, we're out of luck as far as getting it to light up. But yeah. I don't know. Is that in terms of service for Temu? Does it say like there's a pretty good chance what you buy isn't going to work?
I would imagine. I would imagine. All right. Now, speaking of good lighting, want to bring Tom on here. This is Tom Mays. Many of you may know him. He hosted the Points and Miles Challenge. He has a group all about points and miles, and in his first year of messing around with credit cards and credit card points, he got 1 million miles to be able to use. And I was actually with Tom this weekend. Got to learn a lot of cool things. Got to meet a lot of cool people. Got to see his setup in his office, which is gorgeous. But want to chat a little bit about how to best use credit cards in Q4. And of course, if you guys have questions, make sure to ask them. Tom, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming on today.
Howdy. How's everybody doing today?
Doing great, man. How you doing?
Hey, what's up? I was actually just on the phone with one of the credit card affiliates in the credit card world, and he was telling me that There are some really big bonuses still out there for those of you who want to get like 200,000 Amex points or 175,000 Amex points. So the Amex Platinum business card, I mean, has some really great perks to it. If you have multiple partners in your business, 2 of you get the card, meet that minimum spend. If you have multiple businesses like I do, each one of those businesses can get that credit card. So I can get 200,000, 200,000, 200,000 on 3 businesses. So take a look at that. If you exhaust that, the Amex Gold card is out there. And let me back up for a second. So in my first year, 1 million points. Last year, 2.3 million points. So, and the whole goal here is let's not increase our spend. Let's keep our spend the same, but let's earn more points just by using bonus offers, making sure we're maximizing the amount of points we can get per spending category. So grocery store, Amex Gold gives you 4 points. There are other credit cards that give you 4, 5, even 8 points on a Wyndham card. So just knowing what credit card in your wallet you want to use to maximize those points, that's the whole goal here. Let's maximize getting those points. Once we have those points, you're going to have to understand a couple of rules. Chase is a wonderful partner, but it came out with a rule called a 524 rule. And it basically says that you can't get more than 5 personal cards, not business cards, personal cards in 24 months. If you do, they will block you out from getting any Chase cards. Let me make sure you guys understand that, right? So you can go out and get all kinds of Citi cards and it'll count toward that 524, even if you didn't get a Chase card. And Chase has one of the biggest kind of portfolios of credit cards out there. So you have to know that from the personal standpoint. And I give you this kind of analogy, right? I always leave some room in my 524. Like, it's kind of like I'm a lion waiting in the, the hay or the big grass in Africa, waiting for my prey to come out. And when a big offer comes out, I want to be able to jump on it if they give me that big bonus offer. So I never want to be like, well, Chris, I'm at my 524 max. I missed that offer. So I always want to leave some space in there for it. So once you get your points, you understand some rules, then it's about redeeming your points and understanding how to redeem them in the most effective way. I'll give you one example that I think is paramount here, right? So let's say you were flying from JFK to Honolulu. You could book a United Airlines flight, 60,000 points on United, and that seems fairly easy to do. Amex points right into United. But you could actually go into the Turkish Airlines portal. You could book that same United Airlines flight for 22,000 miles. Same flight, same seat, same airplane, same date you travel, the whole bit, just by using airline partners and knowing how to transfer. So there's some pretty cool tools that are out there. I like to use Points, Points, YEAH, yeah.com. It's a free tool, and it kind of walks you through how to actually do this and tell you how to redeem those points. So once again, get as many as you can, especially on those bonus offers. Make sure you're using a spouse or a partner, if you can, to double that up. Make sure you're using businesses to get even more points, knowing some basic rules, and then making sure that you redeem in the most effective ways. Guys, there's a ton of points out there that you're not getting that you can be using for airfare, hotels, other kind of perks that are out there.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's the biggest thing to me that I never really knew. And I mean, I hate to say that, but I never really knew until this year about, how all the airlines, they have, sister airlines, you can move points around and really maximize what you get. It's I don't know, it's a huge cheat code, really.
Especially for those that are in this OA world, right? You guys know how to find deals. I mean, this is challenging for you, but at the same time, it's exciting. It's easier for you. And once you understand this, man, the unlocks are pretty huge, pretty easy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And I mean, with the volume of what we're purchasing, people, if you're not using credit card points, even to a fraction of what you could, you're leaving so much money on the table. And this is all accessible. There's nothing that you have to do besides, maybe a credit score, but maybe that's not even that big of an obstacle with some of these cards. But just the amount of points that you can get between the bonuses and then your inventory purchases, and if you're being responsible with your debt loads, it's simply a matter of navigating it. And Tom, I didn't get a chance to thank you for the credit card points course, the challenge that you ran. But that was great because there's a, you know, I think it's kind of there's kind of layers to the onion that you can peel back, you know, because when I first started, before I really dove into the points gaming part of it, you know, I got a cashback card. You know, I knew that made sense, you know, because we're all using Rakuten and Top Cashback and you know, kind of juicing our numbers with cashback in general. But there's a whole network and kind of a hierarchy as far as transfer partners. Some are better than others. You know, I know one of the ways around the 524 is some of the not smaller banks, but you know, like maybe a U.S. bank or a Bank of America or Citi business card, if they have one. You know, you can kind of get around the 524 that way. But yeah, but it's just a matter of navigating. And your challenge was great in kind of clearing that up for any confusion. But it's a type of thing where once you start learning about it and you start collecting all these points, you're kind of kicking yourself that you didn't do it sooner, right?
Amen to that. I mean, I can't tell you how I wish I could have my initial. I thought I was gaming the system, right? I thought I got a million miles, and I was like, oh my god, this is great. But then I didn't really know how to redeem them correctly, and I could have really redeemed them for probably 2.5 times of what I redeemed them for at that time, without knowing how to do this. And thank goodness since then there's a lot of tools that have come into play that have made this whole process much easier, and it just lays it out for you. So it does a lot of that searching in there, and I can't even imagine what AI is going to do to this, you know, in the next, you know, 6 to 8 months too, in terms of getting involved. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why AI didn't even make me, didn't even think about that. But you can already have it help you plan trips, and once you have some AI agents that can do some serious damage, I would imagine you can have them go out and figure out, hey, here's the best place to, you know, move points around to compared to what you have, and things like that. That's going to be really powerful.
Yeah, there's some money to be made there, where you have a GPT trained, you know, and says, hey, here are the dates, here's the destination, here are where the members of the people that want to go on this trip are, and just have it map out an entire itinerary like that. Yeah. I mean, I'll pay good money for that service.
I get this question a lot, so I see this out there in the chat, like for offshore, you know, sellers, like if you're from Europe or if you're from Canada or even Australia. Unfortunately, I don't have a great answer for you. The United States is the playground for credit cards, points, and miles. You go outside, you go across the pond, they have some, you know, some things that work. Even in Australia, they have a partnership with Woolworths, but it's not as robust as the US here. So unfortunately, I can't tell you that I have a solve for you, because the amount of points and miles and the gamification of it here in the US is just beyond all the countries outside of the US put together. So if you can get yourself a US corporation, that would be my hack for you guys, is to get a US LLC, and then use that LLC to apply for those credit cards. Get yourself an EIN number and do it that way. That would be my hack. As a matter of fact, I tell a lot of my existing clients as a financial advisor that when they retire, go open up an LLC, just because that LLC, the IRS, don't get me in trouble for this, guys, but the IRS says that you can have a business, and even if it doesn't make money for the first 3 years, they don't consider it a hobby. Now, that could be babysitting, that could be consulting, that could be an Uber driver, that could be a Lyft, that could be, you know, Instacart, whatever it is you want. I mean, deliver Christmas trees at holiday time, or pick up, you know, whatever you want as a side hustle. That's an LLC. And now you get to write off your business expenses, your travel expenses, your home office expenses, etc. So you can also get yourself a business travel card. Now, here we go. Now you're going down my rabbit hole in terms of why I think just having that side LLC hustle when you retire can be so worth it, just from the point standpoint. Forget about the tax deductions. But I think that's another like interesting avenue to take on. And so I also challenge people, like, well, if I run out of business credit cards, why don't I just open myself up another LLC? What's it cost me in Florida? What's it cost? $175 for an LLC?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It just may seem to make a little sense based upon the value I'm getting out of these cards.
Yeah. 2 or 3 free flights for 175 kind of makes sense, if you're going to be spending the money anyway. So Tom, I know you've got a school group. Can you tell people where they could go to join the school group, and heck, let's tell them where they can go and learn more about the points and miles. Actually, I'll tell that. How can people find your school group?
Go to school.com. It's a free group, Points and Miles Insider. We've kind of just launched it, so we only have 90 people in there, but I'm sure once I launch this in the Wizards of Ecom, other stuff here, I'll be over 5,000 or 6,000 people in a blink before you know it. So the idea here is that everybody can start talking about, what kind of deals they're finding, and I intend to leave this free for as long as possible. And you can always reach out to me. I've already had some of the people that were in our challenge and in our course that have reached out to me about just traveling and travel tips. And so I ended up meeting a lot of really cool people. I met the owner of a company called CardCon, and that's all credit card and credit card affiliates. So he'll be here in Fort Lauderdale in the spring. So this is just opening up so many more fun doors for me, and I want to avail everything I find to the group. So in the school, that's where you can see me hanging out. And we're in the process of building the milesacademy.com website. It's almost, up and running, but of course that's an evergreen kind of labor of love to get that up and running along with the other stuff we have going on.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, I dropped that down in the chat. You can go to school.com/points and miles insider. We are going to be giving away a points and miles challenge here in just a little bit. But if you don't want to wait, we are also doing a Black Friday sale. So you can actually go to cleartheshelf.com/Black Friday, use code BFriday50, and you can get 50% off everything, including the points and miles challenge. And you can learn how to get all of these points and airfare and all of that stuff covered, because you can easily manufacture spend. Tom, I also want to thank you for this past weekend. It was great to hang out with you. And Wyatt told me to tell you to send Lisa his best.
Sweet kid. The apple does not fall far from the tree, my friend. Yeah,
well, I appreciate that.
Welcome to, man. Yeah, for sure.
It was so fun hanging out. And I can't. We're gonna do it again soon.
That's great. Yeah, excellent.
All right,
thanks,
go
Tom.
to. Yeah, thanks, Tom. Go to school.com/points and miles insider and join Tom's group. He is a wealth of information of this and so many other things. All right,
Tom, guys, take care. Have a great night,
man.
You too. Thanks.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, really, you really need to be taking at least a little bit of advantage of credit card points. Even if you started with a big lump of cash and you're like, I am not carrying debt, even if you're debt phobic, put it on a credit card, pay it off immediately, and take advantage of the points. I mean, it's a sign-up bonus alone could potentially be a full vacation, flight and hotel. I mean, it's silly to leave that on the table. So
absolutely. I want to answer this question. I know Tom just popped out of here, but Z. So just to be clear, when you say get your wife a card, do you mean as an authorized second card user or apply for her own card? You want her to apply for her own card. So I'll tell you, one of the best personal cards, in my opinion, is the Chase Sapphire Preferred. It's a really good card for a personal card. And so my wife got one, and we hit the bonus on that. And then I also got one personally. Her getting one doesn't affect my credit. Me getting one doesn't affect her credit. We each have our own 524 rules. So that's not a huge deal either. And then I got the bonus on my card as well. And that's how we got her to Dubai this past summer. First class on the way there, business class on the way back. Straight shot from Orlando to her actually was in Dubai is where she landed. Then she spent some time in Abu Dhabi, had her own little pod, like a little apartment in the sky, lay down bed, all of that good stuff. and it was all just manufactured from these bonuses, and then making sure that we only use these credit cards at like the grocery store to get 3x points, and there are a couple others in there as well. When it comes to Amazon, one of the ways that would be really easy to manufacture points right now, especially if you are, I'm going to borrow this from Miles, printing the FBM wealth, is using the right card to get 4 or 5x points on shipping. If you're going to be shipping out merchant fulfilled, you might as well be paying for that with the card that pays out the most points for shipping. And you could rack up a ton of points. Every $5 you spend could be worth 20 or 25 points. That will go a long way.
So Chris, I know we've got another guest coming up in about 13 minutes.
Yes.
I want to shout out some of these donations. Do you want to double check the school link for the Points and Miles Challenge?
Yes, I can do that.
Tony might be having some trouble. Yeah, and just to put a bow on the credit card points, you can get a sign-up bonus with a personal card. Your personal card can refer your business. If you have another business, that business can refer that business. Your personal card can refer your wife. I mean, that's how you just kind of stack these sign-up bonuses, and then you can watch out for these boosted offers, because there are, like when I got my Chase Sapphire Preferred, they had boosted the sign-up bonus to 120,000 points. I know I've seen it, and then they took it down to 60, and then I think they juiced back up to 90 recently. That might be over. I think there's one ink card that's running 90,000 points. But if any of this is confusing to you, Chris just reposted the school link. Tom said it's a free group. So if this is enticing but a bit intimidating, or you just want some questions answered, join that school group and ask in there. Tom's a good guy, extremely knowledgeable. He'll get you on the right track, and you will be so happy that you did if you're not taking advantage of this.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me real quick.
No, go ahead.
Kiki says, who has shipping rewards points? Let me give you guys a really easy way to pay for this whole evening. Right now, American Express Business Gold Card has an elevated offer of 100,000 points when you hit their whatever their spend limit is. I don't know what that is right off the top of my head. They have 4x points on 2 of the categories where your business spends the most from select business categories, including shipping, up to $150,000 a year in combined purchases. And then, of course, American Express always with the no preset spending limit. Let's take that with a grain of salt. But it does cost $375 a year. Typically, there are some offers in there that you can usually make that back, and the $375 actually ends up making sense. But right there, you could get 100,000 points. And let's just say that you spend $10,000 over the course of Q4 on shipping. There's another 40,000 points on that particular bonus offer itself. And then there are others as well. I'd have to do a little bit of digging, but that was just with a quick Google search. So now the other thing, before we have this next guest, Chris, I can see publicly on the donation page that you've hit 5,000. And so I think we should do our first giveaway. And I was hoping that you would pick someone to get the Points and Miles Challenge from Tom. We'll give away the Points and Miles Challenge right now.
Yeah, that sounds great. Who's interested? Let me see. I'm gonna
just
scroll through these.
Pop an airplane emoji down in the chat, and we'll pick somebody who pops in an airplane emoji at random.
Yeah, there you go. I know I saw it in the chat, but and I apologize. This is really hard to navigate because there are so many people here, which is an awesome problem to have. Thank you so much for showing up. We're here every Wednesday at 5. If you are new to the show, Obviously, this is a bit of a different format, but we go through news, relevant news from the past week, and then we answer questions. So don't be a stranger if you're new here. All right, so let's see.
We can give that 30 seconds. I'll go through another piece of news while those pop in here. So I hate to bring down the mood, but you've got a deadline looming, which is December 31st for to fulfill your requirements for the Corporate Transparency Act or CTA. And this is a mandate that has gone out that all reporting companies need to file a BOI report with FinCEN. Okay. Now, what is a reporting company, and how come the government isn't just like, hey, this is what a reporting company is? No, you have to go digging for it. It's corporations, it's limited liability companies, or any other similar entity created by filing a document with a Secretary of State or similar office under state or tribal law. So if you've got an LLC, you got an S Corp, you have a C Corp, if your state, county, etc., requires you to file some sort of paperwork as a sole proprietor saying you're doing business, then you are a reporting company. All right. So basically, anybody who's got a side hustle essentially needs to file one of these BOIs. And this BOI report needs to be submitted directly to FinCEN through its BOSS system. Heck, these stupid acronyms, which stands for Beneficial Ownership Secure System. Now, you can do this at fincen.gov/BOI. And essentially, this is a program to try to cut out money laundering or anyone else doing anything wrong or bad or so on, just to, I guess, make catching the bad guys easier. Here's the big rub, okay? Because I am someone who I appreciate the high that I get from waiting to the very last minute, and many times that means that I'm getting that notice that, hey, this was due yesterday, and I'm like, all right, I'll get it done now. But here's the deal: there are big fines if you do not fill this out. I can't remember. I thought it was maybe $500 a day or something like that. But I read a report that says they expect to make up to $32 million a day in fines because they know how many people are not going to file this particular report. So it's going to be a little bit of a windfall for the government. So make sure that you guys are going out and filling those out. And I'm going to do a video on that as well, actually going through one. $250 a day. Thank you. All right, Chris, what you got for us?
All right. So Ava Minotti, you won the credit card points challenge. I got that.
Beautiful.
That's not the official name of it, but I know I butchered that. So Chris, let's let her. Do we know how do we claim these prizes?
I'll tell you what. Here is how to claim the prize. Shoot me an email. My email is chris@cleartheshelf.com. Shoot me an email and just say I won in the subject line. Let me know your name that we called out. So Ava Minotti, if he butchered that, I'm sorry, because I may have butchered it as well. Let me know your name, right? And what you got to be close. Let me know your name and what you won. Send it to chris@cleartheshelf.com. Now, if you send me an email and you're lying, I'm writing the names down. So, don't try it. Nobody here will. Everyone here is above the board. But
she said
I'll get that prize.
She said it was perfect.
Perfect. Oh, awesome. Awesome.
So,
all right. Well, congratulations. We've got Dylan in the background. He's here a little bit early. And if you are not opposed to it, I wouldn't mind bringing this big brain up and chatting for a few minutes.
Yeah, I you know what, talking to Dylan always gets me pumped up.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get right.
Hey guys,
Dylan, what is going on, man? How you doing tonight?
Good. Sorry, I'm always 5 minutes early. So
hey, if you're not early, you're late is the way that I was taught.
Man.
Yeah. So Dude, thanks so much for hanging out, and thank
Yeah.
you to you and the team for stepping up in a big way and offering a year's worth of aura to
For sure.
somebody. So
Yeah,
that's
we hope it's
absolutely
a massive ROI for whoever wins it.
yeah, it absolutely should be. So I'll tell you something I've been doing. Okay. Ever since I started using Maven, which was pretty much as soon as it came out, I have been just hoarding screenshots of sales that come through.
Yeah.
And I probably have like 15 or 20 different ASINs where, the price is, let's say $29.99, and then it goes up to $34.99. I've got one. I think the first one sold at like $54.99, and then right after it, one sold for like $82.
Yeah.
And so Maven has been absolutely crushing.
I appreciate it. I'm not even surprised at this point. It's funny when we alpha test everything, right? So we have a large enough OA internal account that we can do some crazy stuff with real data, because you can't paper trade repricing, right? Like I can't like sandbox that. I need real data. And when we started to alpha test it, there was already a lot of like AI repricing that was being done. And I use this, very intentionally. And a lot of it just tanked it. And so I was like, all right, listen, if I'm going to promote something that we built, I have to know it's not going to do that. So I intentionally went into that account, put everything at 0% ROI minimum and on Maven, and it was totally fine. I was like, oh, we're good here. We're fine. So it's fun, man. I like when people are like, hey, sell me on Aura. I'm like, nah, we don't do that here. Like go to Twitter, go to x.com, search Aura repricer or Aura repricing, and just look at the screenshots, but it's funny because I did not expect, I knew how he built it. I did not expect that to happen as often as it does. And when we went, I truly didn't, right? Because alpha testing is like just us, right? Very small sample size. We rolled it out to a handful of users for beta testing, saw some good results there. But once we like opened the floodgates, people who I didn't personally test with, I saw posting. I think Joey Wheeler actually was the first person to post that I didn't test with, who was like, holy crap, what just happened? It's funny because he lives like 15 minutes down the road from me. I found out, but yeah, it's cool. It's so cool, man. It's awesome at how frequently it does it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fantastic. And the new Q4 reporting that you guys rolled out, I really hope you don't take that away. That is such a beautiful little dashboard.
Appreciate it.
And it kind of gets the competitive juices flowing,
Yeah.
So I know me personally, I'm motivated by a couple of things. I'm highly money motivated. And so it doesn't take a lot for me to say, okay, it's time to buckle down. It's time to do the work, because if I can see the bank account growing, then I know that I'm moving in the right direction. It makes me want to work harder. But I've also learned that leaderboards really make me want to move the ball a little bit more. And I never would have thought that would have been the case. And so it's kind of nice to have that and say, all right, I may not know these people who are ahead of me, but I want to crush you.
1,000%.
So,
yeah.
It's nice.
We wanted it to be a gamification thing. It feels like a mirror, right? Because it's one thing to be like, oh, I feel like I'm crushing it. And listen, I'm not the person to sit here and tell you should compare yourself to other people by any means. No, but it's kind of nice for two reasons. One, if you're like ranked 10 to 1, you can feel good about that. If you're not, it lets you know, oh man, I probably need to work a little bit harder. It kind of forces you to pause and be like, am I really doing my best right now?
Mm-hmm.
And I've already seen people share their screenshots and be like, yeah, I got to work harder this Q4. I'm like, nice. That's exactly what we wanted. Right. And yeah, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. This was kind of a last minute, like this would be a fun idea to do. So we did it. And then we were thinking about it. It's like, we could just have this go live every October 1st, every year.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm hoping it's a thing that will stay and evolve over time. There's a lot more we wanted to do, but there are things that we would love to show you, like your top categories, top products, but you're not going to share that socially. We really wanted this to be like a viral thing where it's like, cool, one, you get to see that data in a really nice encapsulated way, but also go and share that thing. Like go brag about yourself and how great you're doing, and hold each other accountable. So there's some stuff we just intentionally didn't do, which makes sense. You don't want to share your top products.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've got a question here from E Flat Flips. Love the
Yeah.
dark theme of the Q4 dashboard. Do you guys expect to release a dark theme for the rest of Aura?
Yes. So Chris, you kind of know what we're working on in the background. That's in stealth mode. You're in the lucky few. We are redesigning Aura so basically we're working on something massive, brand new. With that, we are making a lot of design decisions that will go to repricing as well. So we are designing everything to be dark mode as well. So that is coming. Yeah.
That's going to be fantastic. Now, you said something there that was interesting. By looking at the Q4 dashboard, maybe I need to work harder. Now, I know that you are a proponent of not necessarily working harder, but working smarter.
Yeah.
And so what do you think are some of the levers that could really be pulled for Amazon sellers, especially in Q4, that would move the needle the most?
Yeah. So two immediate things come to mind at the current state of where we're at in Q4. We're already starting to see check-in times go through the roof. So I think your FBA stuff, that's exponentially slowing down. So I think switching over to merchant fulfilled, as much as I dislike merchant fulfilled, everybody can hate me for it. I don't like it because it's so time consuming, but it makes a ton of sense right now. And we're already starting to see some merchant fulfilled offers get a little bit more weight in the buy box. There's no definitive that is, a hard set rule, but we're starting to see a little bit more of that in the data. Number two, and this is a big thing I've been talking about a lot in office hours, things of that nature. You have got to realize and think through, how am I maximizing the opportunity? I really want you to think differently going into this Q4. It's not just I sold everything. Listen, selling everything is better than not, for sure. But what percentage of the opportunity are you claiming? Because if you sell out too soon, you could only get 40, 50, 60% of what you could have done. And I'm guilty of this. When I was doing wholesale, I had an amazing toy brand. It's getting checked in batches of 100. 5-10 minutes later, I would refresh Seller Central. They're all sold. I wasn't repricing. So I felt like, oh, I'm crushing it. But guess what? The opportunity cost is I could not replace that inventory. I called the manufacturer immediately, said, I need 10,000 units more. She said, sorry, we're out. Coffers are empty. You're done till February. Okay. So I could not replace my inventory, which what I should have done is raise my price. You want to be thinking through especially during the time of Q4, cost of replacement. If you cannot replace something, you should be selling it higher. If you can replenish it tomorrow, great. Don't worry about it. Move it as fast as you can. So this is why Maven is so important in Q4, because you're not going to be able to move fast enough to be able to raise your prices. If you're able to get sales above the buy box in Q1, 2, and 3, do you think you can do better in Q4 when the demand massively exponentially increases? Of course you can. So you have to find this balance, and this is really difficult to do. And Maven helps a lot with this autonomously, but find the balance where you're still selling through things at a great rate, but you're capturing more of the opportunity in terms of dollars back to you, aka profit. Because you kind of have the spectrum. Sell out too soon, not good. Have a bunch of inventory left over going into Q1, also not good. Somewhere here in the middle makes a lot of sense. And to make it piffy, the best I think you can get to is you have a little bit of inventory left over after Q4 that you can still sell out through Q1. So how do you do that when you can't really control sending in more inventory? Will you slow that down? And by slowing that down, I mean you raise your prices. Those are the two biggest things. You'll appreciate this because this week's blog post, I write every blog post every week, was on the 6 most impactful mental models I think apply to sellers. We talked about it in office hours today a lot, pretty in depth, but I think reading that blog post will kind of help you understand how to think through a lot of these things. Because I think where we struggle as a community is we're very pithy, right? Which nothing wrong with that. Simple answer sounds great. Let's move forward. Feed the beast sounds awesome. But I'll give you an example here. If I'm doing 6 figures and I got a seller doing 7 figures, we're probably operating differently. Well, if people say, what's the difference between a 6 and a seven-figure seller? The pithy answer is they spend more. Well, that's factually true. How do they do it? What's the nuances of how they decide to do that? That's the secret sauce. And so by giving yourself these mental models, these frameworks for how to think differently, you end up making better decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And so all this stuff going into Q4 we're talking about, it's not because I'm special and highly intelligent. It's just I'm leaning on mental models to help me think through what is actually occurring here.
Yeah. I think that is a bigger leverage than people may realize right now. And the reason I say that is you're right. People, I want to make more on Amazon. What do I do? Well, you spend more, you buy more inventory, and it just happens. But if you go and actually study some big sellers, and how do you find a big seller? Well, you find somebody who's got, a fair amount of reviews, and look at how many ASINs they've got active. And it's fairly easy. You're never going to know, is this person selling 25 million or 10 million or whatever, but you can figure that out. But when you go to look at some of these larger storefronts, it's eye-opening if you actually look at it rather than from a storefront stalking perspective, but what is their strategy? What are they trying to accomplish with their buys? I've done that maybe with a dozen or so storefronts over the past 6 months, and it changes your perspective, compared to, just wanting to be maybe a 6-figure a month seller or anything like that.
Yeah. And here's a good example, because leverage is one of the mental models in that list of 6. So let's think about leverage, right? Leverage is I put in 1 unit of work, I want to get more than 1 unit back. And if I can scale that unit of output, I have more leverage. When I was doing RA, nothing against RA, nothing against OA, to scale that 10x, if I said, hey, okay, you have to take one of these models, you have to 10x your inventory in the next, let's say 2 weeks. How would you accomplish that? Well, there's some clear movers. RA, it's probably either source dramatically more hours, which doesn't scale. That's not really exponential. Hire people to help you, which is time consuming, adds its own headaches. OA is fairly similar. Instead of hiring in-person people, you're working with VAs, so it's a little easier to get up and running. But for me at the time, I said, okay, well, I have limited time capacity, so I have to make the most of that. So how do I do that? Well, I posed the question to myself, how do I make ordering 50,000 units as easy for me as 50 units? Well, the clear answer was go wholesale. And this is why, by the way, people go wholesale. Because what's the difference to me from placing a PO for 50 units versus 5,000 units? Well, it's a digit on a form, assuming I have the capital. And if I'm not doing the prep work, yeah, it's going to take a little bit longer to prep 5,000 units than 50 units, but I'm not doing it. And so you have to ask yourself, how many hours did it take to place 50,000 units doing one version of something versus another, assuming you want to scale that far? And you can do this in every aspect of the business, right? Let's say you're reaching out to brands. Okay, well, how many brands do you reach out per hour? How many accounts do you get per hour? Can you measure that and then try to find a way to 10x that? Sure. Maybe you only get to 3x, but by asking the 10x question, you're able to shift your perspective and solve the scale problem more easily. So when people talk leverage, they immediately go to hire VAs and assistants. I think that's the low-hanging fruit. That's barely you scratching the surface. There's capital, there's people, and people doesn't mean hiring people. It can. It also means network. If I have a massive problem, can I text somebody who is more skilled than me, and they can give me the straight experienced answer in 30 seconds than me spending 3 months trying to figure it out on my own? That's also leverage. There's technology, there's processes, all kinds of stuff. But when you start to take these things like mental models and actually apply them, everything changes. And one of the ones I mentioned is inversion. So invert things. Well, most sellers look for reasons to buy inventory. You know what that does? That gives you a bias. So you don't see the red flags. I flipped it. I said, okay, I'm going to look for reasons not to buy inventory. And every time I got burnt on something, I did a retro on it, or postmortem, whatever you want to call it. And I said, what did I miss that I should have looked for that I didn't? And I would write it, add it to my checklist. So now moving forward, I never made that mistake again because I'm looking for it. And then you realize, oh, there's only 8 red flags that I really need to look for. And if those 8 red flags are not there, if I can't find a reason not to buy it, I should probably buy it. But it's those little changes and tweaks in how you operate that has meaningful impact.
I like that.
Yeah. And that's probably one of the best sourcing tips that I ever got was inversion. You know, because beginners are very slow to find profitable products. So by actually flipping it and finding reasons to eliminate products, you can actually learn to source a lot faster. That was a great tip, and that's a great mental model. Yeah. I know we're running up against it, but Dylan, I know I want to know where can I read this blog post on mental model?
So goaura.com, goaura.com/blog. It's the first one. It's the most recent one.
Okay.
And I link out. I'm a big fan of Farnham Street. So I just give like a brief overview of what it is, examples for sellers, but I link out to their blog posts for each one that goes super in depth if you want to go deeper.
Awesome.
I've just popped that blog post down in the chat.
Nice.
Before we wrap this up, I don't know if this is true, and I have a feeling that we might have a lot of people joining us for the first time or you know, are fairly new, and they might be new to the podcast. They might not realize that we've had the pleasure of interviewing you, I think 3 times, and they are fantastic episodes. Go back and watch those or listen to those. But so what I'm thinking is people new, you know, who aren't familiar with the 3 of us and our content, they may just be getting their first taste of mindsets and mental models. And I know this may be difficult to try to think back to the very beginning, but what advice would you give to a person watching that is just now realizing that they can play chess instead of checkers, even from Amazon selling or from like entrepreneurial aspect? Zoom out as far as you want to go. What would you say to that person?
Like how do you kind of start on that path? Yeah.
How do I start being more mindful about my business?
Okay, there's a lot of ways I can take this. I'm gonna try my best here. For context, in 3rd grade, I was labeled learning disabled, dyslexia, short-term memory deficit, and ADD. Was told I was not going to go to college. I was probably not going to graduate with a full diploma, like all kinds of stuff. And I believed that because I was a child. Started reading books, realized that was not true. And nobody had told me or taught me how to learn. They just expected me to do rote. So I started to pick up books on how to learn. So great book, Moonwalking with Einstein, fantastic book on memory. Jim Quick's book called Limitless is actually straight up on how to learn at an accelerated pace. So I started to learn, okay, well, like if you just dump a bunch of stuff at me, I'm not going to retain anything. It's not helpful. I need techniques and understand how my brain works to be able to do this. And I think this is true mainly for the general person too, even if you don't have ADD and all these other things. But eventually you get to a point where you're not in the thing, you're looking at the thing. It's so meta. I'm trying to, it's the example here is like working in the business versus on the business. When people say that, that's the pithy answer. How do you get to that point of doing that? What does that mean? The best book I found on this is Work the System by Sam Carpenter. If you've ever read E-Myth Revisited, that's the philosophical trying to get you to think differently. I think it's far too shallow. It's highly recommended. I don't think it should be. I think Work the System is the actual, here's a narrative, but here's tactically how you do this. That book alone will shift how you think. It will get you thinking more like systems. Your whole business is a collection of systems. And when you can understand that, you can then subdivide those and say, okay, well, I have a sourcing system. What is it? Could I make it better? And this is hard for a lot of people because you just want to work. This is why I don't like the hustle culture stuff of like, just work harder. You have to be able to take a step back and say, but what if the way I'm doing this is not efficient? That becomes a problem, or not even effective, right? Are you measuring things? Like when you start to see through that lens, you start to pause and say, okay, well, how do I source? Well, let me write it down. Okay, well, actually, I'm doing this thing twice. Now that I'm looking at it, maybe I could remove that. Maybe I could do this differently. Oh, actually, there's a software here that does that entirely for me. I don't need to do that. And it's $50 a month. Okay, cool. Perfect. You do that. And then you get to a point where you kind of have this pyramid, this hierarchy, right? Where the foundation is the founder, right? So the business can only grow as fast as you can sustain. And then you have like systems, people, all that stuff, right? However you want to organize it. Eventually it gets to a point where the business cannot grow outside of your growth. And so from that work the system concept, which is focused on the business, you start to say, well, I wonder if I could apply something similar to myself. That's when you start to go, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, what do I do? Let's take the systems out of it. Let's take the actual, the specific like SOP kind of stuff out of it. Well, I make decisions. How do I make decisions? What's my process for doing that? And then you start to study biases and you're like, oh crap, my memory is horrible. Every human's memory is horrible. Okay. Maybe I need to do more documentation. Maybe I need to start writing down notes, recording things for myself. Okay, well, I made a decision and it was a bad decision. Why was it a bad decision? How could you have made it differently? And then you start to say, well, I wonder if there's a set of tools that would make this easier for me. Turns out there are, and they're called mental models. There's 100+ of them. I just cherry picked 6 that I think were the most applicable from my experience. And then you start to say, okay, well, one of them is loosely translated to try not to be stupid. So you're like, okay, well, so it's less about me trying to be the smartest person. And now it's about, I just need to not be stupid. Warren Buffett, Charlie Munger talk a lot about this. There's a memo where they basically talk about, listen, I don't need you guys, talking to like a group, I don't need you guys to be the smartest. I need you not to make stupid decisions because our competitors will. That's how we're going to do this. Another great book. It's about an astronaut, the Kelly guy. He ran for Senate. Look at Kelly astronaut book.
Mark Kelly.
Mark Kelly. Yeah. So there's
not R. Kelly. Don't make
not R.
No,
yeah,
don't
not
look up R. Kelly.
don't safe search. There is one chapter I think every human being should read, and it talks about when he's going through the candidate kind of training stuff. Right. All these guys are coming in trying to be number one, hot shots. He goes, that's not what you do. The people who succeed are trying to be zeros. They know they're zero. They're understanding and humble enough to say, I'm here to learn and work my butt off and do the best I can. I'm not here to be egotistical and the number one top dog. That's not the point. And so it shifts your perspective a little bit. So there's a few things you can do to kind of help shift that perspective. So eventually the business gets good enough where now you're like, man, why can't I keep growing? It's in here. Now it's a person problem. And when you start to dive into things like those types of books, mental models, you start to create a system for how you operate. It's easy for us to write SOPs and give it to a VA. Do you write SOPs for yourself? You should. I did as one of the 2 founders, I did customer support for the first 2.5 years, full time. That was my main function. And I had no idea what I was doing. So I used what I learned about learning, went and learned the best practices, brought those here. And I probably had 20+ pages of documentation so that when we hired Finn, who was our first team member we hired to take over, he wasn't starting from scratch. It took him 1 week of training with me. Week 2, I was just watching him, making sure he was good. And by week 3, he was full-time doing his own thing. We hired Casey. This Friday will be his 1-year anniversary with us.
Nice.
2 days for him to be self-sufficient and crushing it. But how did we get to that point?
Efficiency.
Tangible. But those first documents were literally just for me. Nobody else saw them. My co-founder James wasn't using them. Like, he was engineering. So we avoid those things because, like, well, it's not a good use of my time. But isn't it? Because you have to split out execution and strategy. They're 2 different things. In the early days of a business, it's 90% execution, 10% strategy, because you have no idea what you're doing. As time goes on, that starts to change because you hire people to execute. And now your main function is strategy. Well, what is strategy? It's analyzing information and making good decisions. And so you can put this kind of into a larger model and understand what you need to be doing and what you need to be focusing on. Because eventually you'll get to a point where you're making enough money, you're comfortable. And the question is, now what? That's an internal problem. Now you got to figure out, do you want to build a $5-10 million a year business? Are you happy and content where you're at? Awesome. There's no right or wrong answers. But if you do want to scale, we got to think differently. So yeah, I mean, that's a long-winded answer, but basically, like, go read Work the System by Sam Carpenter. You can get it for free on the site. Fantastic book. I think it's on like the 8th edition at this point. Moonwalking with Einstein's fantastic. The Astronaut book is, and again, that one chapter is all you need to read. It's a fantastic book, but that one chapter is enlightening. And then just go study mental models. I mean, fs.blog is Farnham Street. There's a whole section on mental models. And I promise you there's 100+. You only cherry pick 3 and try to apply them. If you really deeply understand them, the next time you have a problem, pause, go look at the menu of tools you have available and say, which one seems to be the most useful one here? And then try and apply this. I actually did this with AI. So I fed all the mental models into AI and I said, given a problem, I want you to decide the 3 best applicable models. And then I want you to give me a recommendation.
Very smart.
It's not bad. It's not perfect, but it gets you moving.
Yeah. Especially if you're stuck. Like, see, that's one thing that I think a lot of times we overlook with AI is we want it to do the whole thing for us. I think that's where a lot of people do, but no, if we're stuck, it should get us unstuck. It can help us get through, around, or over that barrier rather than, digging the tunnel for us. Now
it helps you solve the blank page problem. And I mean that generally, like, yes, if I'm writing, sure. Like, here's my ideas. Give me a rough idea for an outline and a draft, and then I'll take it forward. Or, hey, I'm stuck in this problem and I have no idea what the hell to do. Just give me give me 3 options of what I could do. You may hate all 3, but you're like, actually, that gives me a good idea. And like, all of a sudden we're moving fast.
Exactly. All right. I need to do this because we've got Corey waiting in the wings here. I want to do really rapid fire here. Number 1, are you on Goodreads?
I am on Goodreads. I have not been very good on my Goodreads, but I do have some stuff there. I know, man. I know, I'm working on it. But I am on Goodreads. I'll send you the link.
All right, perfect. And yes, where can people want to find out about you? They want to find out about Aura repricing. They just want to get into your head, as scary as the place as it may be. Where can they go?
Yeah. So goaura.com/blog. I write all the blog posts there. Some of them are very tactical. Some of them are more higher level, like the mental model stuff. I have some stuff on networking and reverse engineering stuff. I am active on Twitter. So I think it's just Dylan_Carter. That's pretty much it. You can email me directly too if you want to geek out. Dylan@goaura.com. DILLON@goaura.com. Happy to chat too.
I'll tell you what, I won't do it before the year's over, but we'll have Dylan back on the podcast because Chris and I have gone through a list of about 20 mental models. And now I want to start bouncing these off of you and getting your opinion on them as well. I think a future mental models podcast episode would be a lot of fun.
Dude, I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah.
Before you go, we're going to give away the 1 year of Aura. And I was picking out some names while everyone was chatting. So 1 year of free Aura is going to go to Chris Beam. Chris Beam gets a free year to Aura. And we've got some Aura swag. Now, I didn't wear it tonight. I should have worn my Aura t-shirt. But I will be wearing it for our Christmas party that Dylan is going to be at in December. So Artem, you get an Aura t-shirt, and Corey, I'm gonna wreck this name, but you're from Michigan, so it doesn't really matter. Corey Comasaurus, you also get some Aura swag. Now, remember to win or to get your winnings, please shoot me an email at chris@cleartheshelf.com. Put in the subject I won. Let me know your name and also let me know what you won, and I will take care of getting everything to you. Okay.
Nice. I'm gonna raise the stakes real quick. If anybody wants Aura shirts, email me, Dylan, DILLON @goaura.com. I need your name, address, shirt size, phone number. If you send me those 4 things, I'll send you 2 shirts.
Beautiful.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much, Dylan. I really appreciate this.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys having me on, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Cool. Have a great night, man. I'll see you in December.
Sounds good. Have a good night, guys.
All right, man. Bye.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, while that's fresh in your mind, before wait till the end of the stream, but immediately after the stream, go look at what your Repricers founder is talking about and compare that to what you just heard. Yeah,
absolutely.
That guy it's just good stuff every time.
Yes, he is. Now, before we bring on a good friend of ours, Corey, I do want to take a moment. I know we've got people coming in and out. We've been going for an hour and a half so far. If you guys have questions, make sure to drop them in the chat. We will try to get to them. Chat is moving fast, but we'll work on it. And I want to thank you again for the donations. What I see on my side is we're up above $6,200 in donations so far. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. I want you guys to dig deep and feel free to be very, very giving tonight. You can go to mobro.co/Chris Rasick and give to the Movember fundraiser. You can hit the QR code up in the top right-hand corner. Anything helps. There is this is not a nice thing to hear, but men are 24% likely than women to have visited a doctor in the past year. And 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in their lifetime. And those two things coupled together is kind of a huge deal. It tends to not get caught until it's either too late or it's progressed a lot farther than if it were caught early. And Movember, some of their initiatives try to get men to the doctor earlier. Some of their initiatives try to help come up with cures for these kind of things, and they do a bunch of other things. So if you have it available and are able to, head over to mobro.co/Chris Rasick and donate if you can. So, but I appreciate you guys getting Chris to above 6,000. We crushed that $2,000 goal.
Yeah, that's incredible. I really appreciate it. The QR code up there in the corner, if that's easier for you. And everything is appreciated, right? If you only have a little bit to give, it's a cumulative effect. We've talked about those little $9.99 purchases, that we sell on Amazon. It's a cumulative effect that gets us up to where we want to go. Those kind of keep the wheels greased, and they do their part in getting you to the orange bars that you're looking for. And it's the same concept with something like this. So
absolutely.
Sorry, we need to apologize to Corey. We've been keeping him waiting.
Yeah, Corey, sorry, man. Thanks for coming to hang out, dude. Oh, your mic is off.
Sorry about that. Thanks so much for having me, guys. Now I'm looking forward to hanging out with you here for the next few minutes.
Yeah. Thank you for the donation. I saw it come through. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, this is an important cause. I remember in college, a lot of guys would do this to raise money, and I think it's a good thing to do. So, guys, like Chris said, if you find it yourself compelled to give, feel free to do so, and feel free to be generous about it. It's a really good cause.
Yeah. So Corey, I want to chat with you. I know that you're 100% wholesale these days, and Q4 is not necessarily a time, especially now, where you may want to, I don't know, make a huge PO and send it in for Q4. But how are you treating Q4 as a wholesale operator, and what are you doing as we kind of close out the year to be ready for Q1 and on?
Yeah, good question. So The good thing about wholesale is that the stuff that you're selling year round, it still sells during Q4. It just sells a little better than usual, right? So even though we're not selling seasonal products that really spike in demand during Q4, really spike in demand during Christmas, it's really just selling more of the stuff that we're already selling. So buying enough inventory to where we're not going to run out of stock, and then an extra, 15, 20, 25%. This buying, that much extra this time of year usually is a good number to kind of like pad your inventory so that you don't run out of stock. So that's kind of our plan, is just to double down on our best products and make sure that we keep those in stock. And also keeping in mind the fact that January is, at least for me, historically one of the best months of the entire year. So I honestly look at Q4 as November, December, and January. Obviously, October is great too. But I think people really underestimate the amount of gift cards and Christmas cash and stuff that is spent on Amazon during January specifically.
Yeah. That's the one, especially for newer sellers. I think that's one of the biggest things. They're like, oh, well, Q4 is over on December 24th at 12
No,
p.m.
far from
No,
it.
and not at all. It goes easily to January 15th. And then we get another bump, right around tax season when people get their tax refunds. I'm a person who waits till the very last minute, in October to send in my taxes. But most people who have their stuff together are trying to get those returns in as quickly as they can to get their refunds. So now let me ask this. So two questions. One from the chat here is, how much do you need to get started in wholesale? I know that's one of the questions you get quite frequently.
Yes. So this is probably the most common question that I get. And really, you want to have at least 5 to 10K in cash to start wholesale. Now, I do know people that have started with less than that. I know people that have started with 2K, 3K, 4K and still been successful with it. But realistically, 5 to 10K is the minimum I would recommend, just because any less than that takes a lot longer to snowball your money into something a lot bigger.
Yeah. And Andrew is curious. He'd love to know how you're handling the new bundling policy. Are you worried about it? Are you changing the way you source or anything like that?
So we're changing things up a little bit. So the new bundling policy refers to the fact that you can no longer bundle products from different manufacturers under your own trademark brand name, which was a really popular way. It was referred to as branded bundles. A lot of people were doing a lot of money in branded bundle sales. And we had one listing in particular that it was selling very well. It was a branded bundle. It was exactly the thing that Amazon outlawed, actually. So we pretty much decided to shut it down. We sold through the last of our inventory for that listing, and we deleted our offer for it. And so the way that I see it, the way that bundles were done successfully in the past no longer works. Luckily, that policy doesn't apply to every category. So go back and look at that announcement and see which categories it didn't apply to. And you can still do some of those bundles in some of those other categories that Amazon did not outlaw it in. But for me, I still sell, I'll still happily sell multi-packs of a given product that are listed under the correct brand name. But as far as those as far as those listings where it's multiples of, or it's, two different manufacturers bundled together, we don't do any more of that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now, here's one of the things I always like to talk with you about, because I think I know that you've done door-to-door sales. I have done insurance sales. And so, selling face-to-face or anything like that is not something that either you or I are afraid of. But for people wanting to get into wholesale, I think they underestimate how much of a sales job it is. Yep. So how do you kind of coach people who want to get into wholesale to kind of get over that fear of either, dialing for dollars, or even, going up to somebody at a trade show and I guess kind of feeling like they don't deserve to be there?
Yeah. And it's so common, right? And I felt the same way when I started calling suppliers, when I started calling brands. I was like, well, wait, why would these people want to work with me? I'm inexperienced, or maybe I'm newer, or I don't really know what I'm saying. And so it's just a much more intimidating process. But when you kind of flip the script and realize that, well, hey, us as Amazon sellers, we're the buyers. We're the ones with the money. So when we're calling these brands and calling these distributors, we're actually calling from a position of leverage, because we're calling them wanting to spend money with them. So when you kind of take that, when you kind of have that mindset shift and realizing you're the customer, you have the leverage, you're almost vetting them to see if they're a good fit for you, then it just gives you that much more confidence going into the conversation, and suppliers can pick up on that and see that, hey, this is somebody serious. This is somebody we should deal with. And you're going to land a lot more accounts that way.
Oh, got a good question here. So this one is for both of us. Chris G and Corey, both of you guys were hit with Section 3s this year. Did it make any difference to be doing wholesale versus OA for overcoming those? Corey, let me ask you this, and I can kind of take most of this question, but how long did it take you to crush your Section 3?
So for me, it was actually almost a whole month. I think it was about a month and a day. And so that's because Amazon initially rejected some of our paperwork. We had to resubmit it, I think, 2 or 3 times. And then finally, on the final attempt, they essentially lifted the section, or the issue. And so I know that on the wholesale side, the bigger your supplier is and the more easily they can be found on Google, and, the longer they've been in business, and if they have like a Trustpilot and, Google business page and all these things to kind of show that they're legit from the everyday like person's view, then the easier it's going to be for Amazon to approve that in one pass. Right now for OA, I honestly think in some cases with OA sellers, it's like even a little easier to beat a Section 3. Because if the ASIN in question, let's say you're buying from like Target.com or Dick'sSportingGoods.com or something like that, Amazon knows that product's going to be legit, right? It's not very hard to prove that, assuming you present all your documentation in a way that makes it easy for them to approve you, right? Chris, which I know is exactly what you did, and I know is exactly what you guys talked about on the podcast episode where you broke that down, talking about you've got to make it as easy as possible for like the lowest common denominator Amazon employee to be able to make sense of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I actually do think that as OA sellers and even RA sellers, I think we do have a little bit of a leg up, because everyone, it doesn't matter where in the world you're from, everybody knows Walmart, everyone knows Target. Kohl's is pretty easy to figure out. And there are a bunch of other very large sites, across the United States that even people who might look at your stuff if they're in India or, anywhere else in the world, they're going to know where these are coming from. So,
right.
Yeah. And I think the process I think Amazon is even streamlining the process. I actually I'm going through mine right now. And I actually had my video verification today. And side note, I flipped the long vowel and short vowel, and I actually called it Huda Booty instead of beauty. And I'm pretty sure the guy laughed. So that might have helped. So if you can crack some jokes, I don't think that's a bad strategy.
Yeah. My Amazon guy was not cracking Chris, a smile.
Well, and I think it wouldn't surprise me if the longer these go on, because the more we're starting to realize that these kind of seem like just Amazon checking all of the third-party supply chains. Right. I think it's pretty much it's kind of a fib when that email comes through and says we suspect. I think they just suspect their general supply chain from the third-party sellers in general. But I think they're kind of streamlining it. Because Chris, your video, it took about 45 minutes, right?
Yeah, it took me about 45 minutes.
Yeah, and Corey, your process was over a month. My video interview was 15 minutes today.
Oh, so, wow, that's great.
I mean, it was
that's
I don't
quick,
know if that's just kind of like we're refining the information on how to tackle it, or but I got the information from you guys, so I don't think that's the case. I think it's just getting faster.
Now, I'm going to tell you guys, I just popped into the chat, cleartheshelf.com/guides. Okay. I wanted to make sure that everyone who's here gets a little something, because Andy said Thanks for the podcast discussion regarding Section 3. Got a Section 3 the day that he listened to it, got through it in 9 days. Your guys' advice was priceless. I really appreciate that. We really tried to be as thorough as we could with that Section 3 podcast that we did. But if you go to cleartheshelf.com/guides, you can get access to 10 different guides that I've put together for you guys, absolutely free. There's also a calculator in there that is helpful. And the very first guide that you'll get is actually a guide on how to beat your Section 3. Step by step, every single thing that you need to know to be able to beat it. I've had probably 5 or 6 people reach out and say they went through it and that's how they got through it, and it was perfect. So, and we're seeing it more and more and more. So
I've been pushing everybody to that podcast episode and to that guide.
Awesome.
Like whenever I have somebody DM me and say, "Hey, I got a Section 3," I say, "Well, go listen to that podcast episode on Clear the Shelf and go check out that guide." So I know that's helped a lot of people so far already.
Yeah. And Sarah, is there a way to prevent a Section 3 in the first place? Chris and I, we talked about this a little bit and what we thought. I don't think that there is a way to prevent the Section 3. I think it's Amazon trying to make sure that everyone is playing by the rules. They need to make sure that the supply chain is good. Now, there's a couple reasons for this. It could be that the FTC is still breathing down their neck. Is this going to change with the introduction of a new president at the beginning of the year? I would imagine that the FTC may be overhauled. Is Lena Khan still in charge? Do they drop any of these lawsuits, or do they keep going after Amazon? I don't know. We're in for a very interesting time over the next year, and how that will trickle down to us, I'm not sure. But there are also other things that are degrading consumer confidence in Amazon a little bit, because not everyone sees this, but we've seen multiple multi-million-dollar theft rings busted where they've been selling things on Amazon. And Amazon wants to make sure that that is not happening. And it's probably for a couple of reasons. One, consumer confidence, of course. People don't want to buy stolen goods, no matter how cheap they can get it, But the other thing is brands are probably also giving Amazon a bit of a hard time. If let's use Estee Lauder as an example. If Estee Lauder knows that stolen Estee Lauder products are getting put onto the Amazon marketplace, and they don't want their brand diminished in value, why would they not reach out to Amazon and say, "Hey, listen, you got to get this under control, or we're going to need to work with you to get all of our brands removed from Amazon"? Amazon does not want the catalog to be smaller. They make a commission on every sale that you make. And it doesn't matter whether you make money or not, they still make the same amount of money based on your price point. So they don't want that to happen. And so there are several fronts that Amazon's battling against. Okay. All right. Really quick. I know you've got another live to go to, Corey. So Corey often is told that he looks like Mark Zuckerberg. So much so
Very
that
often.
It's just a
Very
running
often.
joke now. Well, Mark Zuckerberg dropped his first single today with T-Pain. All right.
Are you serious? Is that a thing?
I'm absolutely serious.
No
it's on Spotify.
Way. What?
He made an acoustic version of Get Low. All right. Now, I cannot sing the song. There might be children in the audience, but if you know the song Get Low, it's hilarious to hear Mark Zuckerberg say some of the lyrics while playing a guitar. Okay.
Oh my God, this is real. I can't. I'm looking at it right now. This is crazy.
In honor of that, and in honor of Corey being here, I want you to put Zuck in the chat. ZUCK. Put Zuck in the chat. We're going to give away a wholesale challenge replays, absolutely free. And I'm going to let Corey pick the winner from whoever drops Zuck in the chat.
All right, guys. Yeah, we're going to pick a winner here.
So let's if we give them a minute or two to get Zuck in the chat. In the meantime, while we wait, Corey, I can't talk to you without asking how George is.
Yeah, he's doing great. Well, see for yourself.
Oh, we got. Oh, look at that.
Oh,
There he
He's
is.
just sitting there. You see, he's got his leg up. His legs like in the air. He's like, come over here and pet me. Let's see if I can pick him up. Wholesale Challenge people know about George. They sat with him every night.
There he is.
man.
Oh,
I-
love it.
Yeah, it's such a gorgeous dog. Dogs really are the best. I wish my big boy could come in here and sit on my lap, but he's I think he might have a little ADHD and I can't get him to sit still.
Yeah, George, luckily he'll sit here for a good little while if you let him. And he just kind of chills. But he loves it. He sits here behind me all day while I work. And like
That's
if
awesome.
at any point I move away from the camera, you can just see him on the ground back there.
Yeah. That's the best.
What
Yep.
a handsome boy.
All right, do we want to choose a winner?
Yeah, let's pick a winner for us, Corey, and we'll get you guys the wholesale challenge.
All right. Let's see here. We've got quite a few people that commented here. Somebody commented on my hiccups. Yeah, I've got the hiccups bag right now, guys. I apologize for that. Let's choose. Let's see. We've got another. Oh, I thought their name was Corey, but their name's Carrie. Carrie Johnson.
Carrie Johnson. All right.
There we go.
Carrie, are you in here?
Perfect.
647 timestamp. Yep.
Beautiful.
See that?
Carrie, you win a copy of the wholesale challenge replays. Now I'll say it again because I know this goes pretty quick. So email me I won at chris@cleartheshelf.com. So just put I won in the subject line. Let me know your name. Let me know what you won, and I will get you access to the wholesale challenge replays. Corey, I really appreciate you hanging out with us for a few minutes, man.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. And it's happy to donate there to Movember. Happy to give away a wholesale challenge replay. I mean, we've had quite a few people come through that, so I think it's for a good cause, and I appreciate you having me, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey, before you go, where should people go and they want to, read what you've done, or they want to watch your videos or connect with you on social media? Where would you send people?
Yeah, so best place, guys, is over on YouTube. So just at Corey Ganem on YouTube. And also on my YouTube, it's where I post the Amazon Wholesale podcast, which we release every single week on Wednesdays. So all that can be found on my YouTube channel there.
Yeah, if you learn nothing else from Corey, watch what he does, because he is one of the most consistent people I have ever met in my life.
Appreciate that.
And no matter what, I think consistency wins over just about anything, in my opinion. I know we had Dylan on just a few minutes ago. I know he's a reader. Leaders are readers, and Corey is a big reader as well. And somewhere on his YouTube channel, I know he's got his spreadsheet of books, which is incredible. So I would suggest you go out and find those because there's some gems in there.
Yeah, and I'll leave you with this, guys. If you want to dive deeper into some of my favorite books, I've got a video. I don't remember the title off the top of my head, but if you search Corey Ganem books, I think I go through my top like 6 or 7 business books, and there's some really good ones in there. So if you're interested in reading, or if you do read, check those out, because those were game changers for me, and I think they will be for you guys too.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, man. Thanks so much. I know you gotta fly. I appreciate you hanging out with us tonight.
Well, thanks for having me, guys, and best of luck
Corey.
with the fundraising, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, thanks, man.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
bye, guys.
All right, that was great. All right, I'll tell you what, if you guys have questions about Amazon, selling on Amazon, anything like that, make sure to drop them in the chat. We're going to spend a little bit of time before our next guest, which is actually one of my favorite people in the whole world. Eli Glukowski is going to be on here in about 25 minutes. The man is a walking machine, runs a massive business, a really great lead list, and does all the sourcing himself, and is just an incredibly smart and kind human. I love sitting down and just having dinner with him. We can talk for hours. There's very few people that I'm happy to sit with for as long as I sit with Chris every week, and Eli is one of them. So, but yeah, we want to answer your guys' questions, and we've also got a ton more giveaways. We should probably start getting through them. So, Chris, I'm gonna kind of give this off to you a little bit. We should give. Oh, sorry, we had a question. How do you get your name chosen? Well, what you can do is just be active in the chat. And if you could, do us a huge solid. Share this video to, your Amazon seller friends. We're going to be here for a while longer. We're heading up on 2 hours. We said we'd probably go 3. I imagine we end up going 4 hours tonight to chat with you guys. But share this with, anybody in your network. Yes, we are trying to pick your pocket for a good cause. But we are also going to be giving things away. We're going to be helping you with your questions and things like that. So here's what we're going to do. Chris, if you can scroll through the chat and pick out someone for a year of Rev Seller, I'm going to answer a couple of questions.
Yeah, and try to put hashtag ask. It's a little bit easier to spot when you have questions. We want to, that's kind of normally that's what we do on this show is answer your questions and do news. This is a special edition if you're new here. So, well, John, I meant put hashtag ask and then the question afterwards, not just ask. But that's
exactly.
Right. So, all right. So I'm giving away a year of Rev Seller.
A year of Rev
Right?
Seller. Yes, sir. Yep.
All right. So I'm going to start scrolling. Toss in a comment. I will check the new comments too. So it'll help me figure out who's interested.
Yep.
So, all right.
All right. So Marcorius Loving, question about selling on Mexico and Canada. Are the fees and returns worth it? So, excuse me, guys. Are the fees and returns worth it? My opinion is that you probably should not be selling on other marketplaces until you're starting to hit some ceilings in your current marketplace. I don't see a reason for it. Now, here's my thing with Mexico and Canada outside of fees and returns. My thing is more the different laws and things like that. So, for example, in certain parts of Canada, if you want to sell a food product, it needs to be in English and in French, but that's not in all parts of Canada. Okay. Well, it's your job to make sure that you know that. And I mean, it's hard enough to keep up with all the rules and regulations just in the United States. So I don't want to have to deal with those kind of things in Canada. And then in Mexico, it's the same way. There's something, and I don't think it's Q-tips, but it's something as mundane as Q-tips, something Americans would buy at the drop of a hat without even thinking about. They're actually illegal to sell in Mexico. And that is, you don't want to get hit with that kind of stuff. All right. How are you handling the great crackdown on beauty? I'm not going to say that it's overblown because there are a lot of brands getting gated. There are a lot of changes, but Chris will say it's overblown. My opinion is there are so many brands that you can still sell. I don't really think it's going to be as big of a deal as everyone thinks it is. They're not going to shut down the entire category. What's going to happen is a bunch of sellers are going to get scared off. And for, the people who stick around, we're going to see the category heal for a while until people stop being afraid of it again. So being perpetual test buyers, we take the hits as they come along. I just had a beauty product, have a problem. It didn't get gated. Well, it did, but it's because someone changed the brand name on it. And I can't get it changed back. So fortunately, only had like 4 units left. We'll pull those. We'll sell them somewhere else. And so I would not go buying 100, 200 units deep unless it's something that maybe I've sold for 6 months or longer. But other than that, I'm not really changing anything. Now, what is Chris's lead list company? Chris's lead list company is OA Leads 247.com. I'm going to put it in the chat. It's OALeads247.com. You want to go learn about Chris's lead list. And Ava, where did you say we can get courses for 50% off with the code? So we are starting tonight. We are opening our Black Friday sale on everything that we have. Wholesale Challenge, Points and Miles Challenge, OA Challenge, Amazon to Amazon Flips Challenge, etc. You can use code BFriday. It's BFriday50, and you can save 50% on everything that we have. You can head over to cleartheshelf.com/Black Friday, and you can get access to all of that 50% off. All right. Let me see if there's any others here. Okay. GC, how do you prove legitimate purchases or chain of custody for Section 3s or inauthentic IP complaints if you use a gift card for OA shipped direct to a prep center? So, great question. It's not as hard as you think it is. Okay. So here's what you're going to need to do. One, you're going to need to prove that you purchased the gift card. You can do that with your receipt from the gift card company, and you can match that up to a payment on a credit card. Okay. You can show on your receipt from the storefront, okay, or the site, that you purchased the item with a gift card. And now you've drawn that straight line, okay? Your receipt from the gift card company, let's say it's Walmart. You bought a Walmart gift card from GCX, all right? You've got the corresponding charge on your credit card to GCX. And then it shows that you used a gift card on Walmart.com on your receipt. Easy to do. You can also show that you shipped it to a prep center. Now, that'll show on your receipt. I would also include an agreement with your prep center for what they do for you, okay? And that shows that you actually have an agreement or a business relationship with the prep center. You can also show that you pay your prep center for the work they do from your bank account or your credit card. And so that's how you draw that line. It seems a lot harder than it is, but it's really not too difficult. Any thoughts on the new, Carrie, any thoughts on the new minimum of 5 each to ship FBA for reduced and no placement fees? Yeah, it sucks. And inbound shipping is getting ready to change again very soon. December 20th, I think, is the day that it changes. And so you're going to see things change yet again. So personally, I end up using some inventory placement. It's built into our sourcing, exactly what we're going to do. Even if I were going to do the 5 minimum of each, I would make sure that we probably had a little extra built in just in case. But I mean, my thoughts on it are, you've got to do it if that's what you want. If you want to make sure that there's no placement fees, then you got to follow their rules. So you have to change your sourcing to match their rules. Sorry, guys, my light turned off here. I have it set to automatically turn off. Get that on here in just a minute. There we go. So that's about it. All right, we've got some winners here. We're going to call these out, and then we'll get back to some questions. So we've got 1 year of Rev Seller. 1 year of Rev Sellers going out to Andy Long. Congratulations. That's fantastic. You'll get 1 year of Rev Seller. Rev Seller is a great calculator. It also has a lot of other features available in it. It can help you source. It can help you do all kinds of things. One of my favorite things that they've added recently is the ability to open up 50 sellers at a time right inside of Keepa Product Finder. It's a fantastic tool. So Andy Long, you get a year of Rev Seller. And let's give away another thing here. Let's give away some I Love Supplies poly bags from Jonathan Swart and his family business. That's going to go to Everyday Unicorns. Everyday Unicorns. You get the I Love Supplies poly bags. Now, for those of you who have won, please make sure to email me, chris@cleartheshelf.com. Put I won in the subject line and let me know what you won and your name. Okay. Excuse me.
All right, so we are officially 2 hours deep.
Fantastic.
So, and we've got so many prizes, and we've only covered a couple bits of news. So, as usual, in typical Chris and Chris style, what we thought was 2 hours, maybe 3, is definitely going to be 3 at least.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
Top of the hour, we've got Eli in about 15 minutes, right?
Yep.
So the reason it's 2 hours and we're still here again is Movember. So the current tally is $6,277, which is amazing. You guys are absolutely crushing this for me, and I do really appreciate it. If you haven't donated yet, if you're thinking about it, no donation is too small. If you're a little self-conscious, and because you can only give a little bit, when you see some of these big numbers coming in, there is an anonymous option. You can mark your donation as anonymous, so you can still give. I saw Saul come in with he donated. He had a big donation. Sadiq had a big donation. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys. They're no strangers to the show. They're always around, so I appreciate them donating and being here tonight. Just to reset everything, the reason we are appreciative of any size of donation is because of what we're trying to do with Movember. I've become very, very attached to the process. And you know what, one of the reasons is there are 3 main things that Movember covers. The 2, testicular cancer, it's on the rise in young men. Prostate cancer is one of the most common diagnoses of young men as well. So those 2 main types of cancer, they do fund other cancer types. Andy, you are celebrating your wife beating cancer. I saw that in your donation note. I am so happy for you. I want more stories like that. And then the third one is suicide prevention and mental health. Those are the 3 main things that they cover. We lose a man to suicide once every minute globally, is what the numbers are. And there are stereotypes and there are archetypes there that keep men. We're supposed to keep our feelings bottled up. That's the old school mentality. A lot of the older generations saw talking about your feelings as a weakness, a sign of weakness. And we're trying to change that. I had a kid that I worked with when I first got started at the bank. I was laid off. I did auto finance and sold used cars and whatnot, and they actually let me go. Hashtag best thing ever. So in the meantime, while I was looking for another job, I filed for unemployment and I got a job delivering pizzas at the local Pizza Hut, thinking, cash tips, maybe it wouldn't take as much as the unemployment as, I was actually making. And that's twice that we've hoped that the IRS isn't checking in on this stream. So anyway, so when I got my new job at the bank, which is the place that I left directly, that was the job right before I sold on Amazon. I kept the pizza job and I just did both jobs for a while, try to get caught up and everything like that. Cause unemployment doesn't cover quite everything. So I was trying to replenish what I dipped into. And there was a kid there who went to the same high school I did. He was probably about 10 years younger than me. He was one of those guys that I rooted for instantly. He had a very sharp wit. He was extremely sarcastic. He was he was my kind of people. He was one of those guys where and I went to a Catholic high school, right? And it had to pay tuition and whatnot. And I think this kid lived in a trailer park. They had kids very early. He tried to do the right thing and married the woman, the mother of his children. And it was just the kind of thing where you could tell he life wasn't going quite as he planned. But he was doing the best that he could. He always showed up for work, whether he had his car or not. You couldn't, whether his car was in the parking lot didn't mean he was there or not, because he would just show up for work no matter what. And maybe they were splitting a car. So anyway, so the marriage got a little rocky. For what I understand, his wife developed a drug addiction. And there were some very scary stories about him and his two kids not being able to find their mom. And it was very hard on him. They split up, separated, whatnot. And they ended up splitting up for good. I started to lose track. He got another job. He got a blue collar job, like in a factory or a welding company or something like that, which I had hoped was good money. So losing track of him wasn't quite that sad. But he still worked some shifts. And I'm sorry, this is droning on, but the one day he came in with a bandage on his forearm. And it was a long bandage. And it gave me a very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach, just the shape of the bandage. I said, "Hey, are you what happened? Are you okay?" And he, like joking, not joking, he goes, "Oh, I tried to kill myself last night." And he said it as a joke, but it was one of those where it's like, there's at least a little bit of truth to this. And I try to get as much information, but I'm like, I'm just the old dude that works part-time delivering pizzas, like I wasn't in a position, sometimes I wonder if I could have tried harder. But I found out months later, after he quit the pizza job and went full-time and just worked the welding spot, that he tried again and he was successful. And I hardly knew this kid. I just liked him. But I knew he was in trouble. He that probably was a cry for help. This was a good kid, a good guy, and two little girls' father. That if we maybe changed the attitudes, if we maybe knew the right questions to ask, those little girls could have maybe had their daddy around a little bit longer. And that's the type of stuff that we're trying to change. And we're trying to get the word out. We're trying to bring awareness, because there are little girls. And if I start crying, I apologize, but it might happen. There are little kids that need their daddies longer. There are mothers that need more time with their sons. And this is a good charity. Chris, it's rated 99% on the charity website. They're upstanding people, and they're making a difference, and we can help. And that's just a piece of what this is all about. So if you haven't and you're considering it, please do it. I don't care if it's $5. I appreciate it. We can make a difference. I truly believe that. So thank you in advance. Thank you if you've already donated. But that is what we are here for. I don't know. Should I get all the teary stuff in one fell swoop? We got a couple minutes before Eli's.
Save some for later, man. Save some for later. No, we do absolutely appreciate it. And Ryan, sorry, I see Ryan in here. Ryan, can't wait to see you next month either. I see the see what you called my house, but no, it's just a regular house. So, but I appreciate you. I can't wait to see everybody who's going to come down for the Christmas party in December. It's going to be great. Sorry, Ava asked here. I thought maybe I answered this, maybe I missed it. But where can we get the 50% off courses? You can go to cleartheshelf.com/Black Friday. And Tony, what is RevSeller? Now, there's no such thing as a dumb question or anything. So RevSeller is it's a calculator that Amazon sellers have used for years and years to figure out whether or not something is profitable. Can you sell it? And then it has a bunch of other features as well. Been around for a long time. So we're going to answer a couple more questions.
Quickly becoming one of the more effective storefront stalking tools.
Mm-hmm.
Not like full blown, but if you want a quick hit and you only have a little bit of sourcing time, and you want to do some storefront stalking, you could pick off a handful of profitable products in a very short period of time with some of the enhancements and widgets that RevSeller's added recently. Exactly. I'm seems like the more time that goes by, the bigger fan of RevSeller I become, simply because of the improvements that they're making and the quality of it.
Absolutely. Jeanette, what are your thoughts on buy box suppression and how to reprice? So there are a couple of schools of thought. One school of thought is you need to reprice to regain the buy box. And in my opinion, that is often wrong. Okay. Now, let's talk about why the buy box is suppressed. The buy box is suppressed for a number of reasons. Most likely it's suppressed because Amazon may have found a lower price on another website. Okay. Now, here's the thing. The Amazon bots that go out and check prices are indiscriminate. Now, that price, it may be, let's say it's $29.99 on Walmart, and you're also priced at $29.99 and selling at a profit because you know how to source. Okay. Well, the Amazon bot finds some weird website on page 7 of Google that is obviously a scam, selling the product you're selling for, $7.99. Okay. It's a place you would never source from. They've got, 0 stars on Trustpilot, and they were just incorporated last year, according to ICANN. Amazon may suppress that buy box. Now, when a buy box is suppressed, typically the sales volume will slow down because there are a lot of shoppers from Ann Arbor and they don't understand how to click through to the see more sellers. Okay. That happens. All right. But a lot of people do know, okay, the shoppers from Columbus and things like that, they know to click through to see more sellers and how to be able to purchase. So while the volume may go down, the volume does not stop. And so as long as there is sales volume, I would say price competitively with the other sellers on the listing. If the other FBA sellers are selling at $29.99, stay right there with them. You'll get a turn. You'll eventually get a sale. And don't worry about it too much. Now, on the other hand, sometimes there is an opportunity. Okay. And I know as Amazon sellers, we always want to sell for as high of a price as we absolutely can. But that's not always the way to go. Okay. Sometimes you need to bring the price down to what the market will bear. So let's say a buy box is suppressed. The sales volume has absolutely dropped off a chart, but the buy box becomes unsuppressed at, let's say, $3 less than what you're currently priced at. However, the volume doubles. Well, what am I going to do? Am I going to lose $3 of profit, but be able to sell 100 a month, or make $3 more in profit and only be able to sell 10 per month? Well, option A makes more sense. So you really need to go in and look at the Keepa graph, look at your sales, and kind of make a more informed decision rather than buy box is suppressed. I have to price 1 penny under, and that's what I do until the buy box comes back, or leave it flat. It really is a fluid situation, in my opinion. All right, let's bring Eli up and let's chat with one of the smartest Amazon sellers I know. Eli, what's going on, man?
What's up, Chris and Chris? How you guys doing?
Doing
Hey,
good,
Eli.
man. How you been? How's Q4 treating you?
Oh man, we're halfway through Q4.
Right? It's crazy, isn't it?
Right.
I know, it's nuts. The time goes by quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the tail end of it because it's just getting crazier. So that's
Absolutely.
exciting. And it's funny you were talking about suppressed buy box because I just went on a Zoom call with a friend of mine for like 30 minutes the other night, going over like a bunch of ASINs. And like you were saying, where you find historically where the buy box kind of has been and see where your profits at the last, or most recent buy box prices, and see if it's still profitable and kind of go from there. Because Amazon's been playing a little bit unfair over there, but at the same time, if it's still selling, you still buy it. But yeah, interesting because you mentioned it, and I was just going on a whole long tangent about it the other night.
Yeah. So Eli, one of the things that I have always enjoyed about you and the way that you talk about selling on Amazon is you treat Q4 a lot differently than a lot of other sellers. And so I kind of want to, you're like, yeah, it's Q4. Maybe I go a little bit deeper, but like, I'm not changing the way that I source. And other people are like, oh man, it's Q4. I need to dive deep into toys or whatever it is. What's your, I guess, thought process or kind of overarching strategy to doing OA in Q4 and the rest of the year? Yeah.
It's true. I do tend to talk down a little bit on Q4, but not in a bad way. More so in I like to think of it as a sustainable business model that could last outside of Q4. My favorite part of Q4, outside of course, the sales boost, is the forgiving nature of Q4. Just because of the increased volume on Amazon, a lot of people look at sales rank, a 200,000 sales rank because I sell in beauty. A 200,000 sales rank in beauty in December might be equivalent to like a 50,000 sales rank in April. So it's definitely a more forgiving time to kind of buy things, test things that tend to sell slower. So it's always a good way to kind of see how things are moving. It's a good way to liquidate without having to take a loss on products during Q4 because people tend to buy more. There's just a lot more opportunity. And for people who are starting out, it's a great way to learn a lot very quickly. It's like when you do the OA challenge, you always talk about the fire hose. That's how it is on Amazon in Q4. It's like a fire hose of sales. So you learn a lot more. And there's also a lot of more buying opportunities, which is, of course, my favorite part of it, is that everyone's running Black Friday sales for 3-4 months straight. So it makes it a little bit easier on the sourcing muscles that we don't have to spend as much time. But I think for me, to the point of year round, is using Q4 trying to use it as a springboard to help increase the cash flow. So come January, I can keep that sales number going and not kind of fall off a cliff and be like, okay, I'm kind of burnt out. I went so hard in Q4. I'm trying to keep it as even keel as possible. So come January, I still have that momentum. I still have that drive. I still have that energy to keep going.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is based on either energy levels or just attitude because they put so much effort into Q4. Q1 gets slept on. If you talk to or you just kind of take the temperature of the groups that you may be in or collections of sellers, you'd almost get the impression that there are no sales in January. It's just all returns and negative numbers when that's not the case, right? If you think about the type of stuff that you sell in other parts of the year, Q1 gets slept on. That's a good point, and especially the 200,000 in December versus 50,000 rank in January. That's a great point.
Yeah, I think part of what happens is let's say two things that come to the top of my mind is number one, sourcing gets a little harder once the Christmas sales end. So people tend to get used to sourcing in an hour. Also, you have to source in 2 or 3 hours. It's like, oh, no, I'm not doing that. So, of course, you source less, you sell less. And I think the other thing is, again, the burnout. I think if you go too hard, if you don't even yourself out a little bit, you go super crazy, which is great. There's money to make in Q4. But if you go a little too hard, then you kind of have this burnout. And a lot of people end up, understandably you want to take some time off, but then if you take too much time off and your mindset kind of takes too much of the time off, comes January, you have a hard time kind of getting back in the swing of things because you kind of, burnt out, you took off and you're like, okay, got to get back into it. Sourcing is harder. It's like a whole, recentering sort of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about remaining plugged in, for lack of a better phrase. It's you kind of lose touch, especially because there is a transition. We've Chris and I have talked about it on previous episodes. I don't really get geared up for Q4. I do, but I'm not banking on that making my year or being half of my year. I want it consistent. So, it's important to keep inventory flowing in even in January. And there, of course, there's a point of the gift cards that are opened up on Christmas Day. There's still a lot of money to be spent even in early January. Before we get away from it, though, Mark made a hilarious comment. He said he thought it was very considerate of you to clear the shelf before you showed up on the show behind you, which is absolutely hilarious. Mark's had a few zingers in here.
I like it.
That's very funny.
I should put like a sign on the bottom. This is a clear the shelf kind of situation going on.
Right.
Right. Just like spray paint or something. Like, damn it, Chris Grant. Hey, but before we get away from Q4 or something, you know what? I know there are a lot of people that are in Q4 groups. You, of course, are running one. You and Chris have your collective, which is excellent, which is one of the best ones I've come across and I've gotten to experience. So at this point where people might start changing their mindset to wind things down, do you have any tips on maximizing your Q4 group in mid-November through the rest of the quarter?
Oh, that's a good one. I think my approach would be a lot of times, you come in it's like, I don't know. I used to run. So you run a marathon, you come in and you have all this adrenaline, all this excitement. Then you kind of get into it and then you kind of like, you peter out a little bit. You keep going, but it's like not at the same pace. Maybe you're not absorbing as much of the energy around you and things like that. I think trying to stay active and present throughout the entire Q4, like you said, kind of staying plugged in, is really what it's about. Keeping at it, being engaged, asking questions, looking at leads to kind of get, again, one of the things like, we talk about like leads because you have leads, I have leads, Q4 has leads, we'll have leads going around is I think the reason why it's important to constantly kind of monitor them outside of just buying stuff is you're kind of seeing, it's like looking at 100 Keepa graphs a day. The more you look at Keepa graphs, the more you look at leads coming across, the more you stay plugged into this, the better you become at, identifying good products, seeing sales cycles, seeing how other people think. There's a lot of information that even if you just glance at something for a few minutes a day, you keep that muscle memory going and you build on it. And I think with the Q4 group, staying active and present and, not letting the excitement kind of die down and try to stay, as excited on day 30 and on day 60 and on day 90 as you are on day 1, could then take that momentum and drag it into the next year. Because then you're not like, okay, I'm done, it's over. You keep it going.
Yeah. And I think can't understate the networking aspect of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny. I was talking to my mom. She was trying to figure out what the heck this mega show was. She thinks everything's the podcast, right? So we got into that conversation. But anyway, through the conversation, I actually got to share with her that Jim Rohn quote. That you're the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with, and she wasn't familiar with it, which was like it almost made me giddy. Like, ooh, I get to talk about this, like all over again. but but I talked about how, and as I was explaining it to her, I said, you know what, so if you want to improve your situation, you take the bottom person and make an improvement there, so all of a sudden you become the average of a better collection of people, and that's how you kind of climb the ladder that way, and that's how you can get more out of your network and be better in whatever endeavor you may be applying that phrase to. But that's definitely something that you can do in these Q4 groups. That's an important part of it, is figure out find the people that have the mentality that are still going to be pressing on the gas in Q1. If that's what you've decided you want to do, which I certainly do, find like-minded people and definitely network with them. I think that's another good way to get the most out of your Q4 group.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. And there's definitely a lot of networking opportunity. And, my what I tell people is always don't be shy to speak up. Don't, like Chris always says, there's no dumb questions. Because usually if you have this quote unquote dumb question, 10 other people have the same question that are just not asking because everyone's saying, oh, it's a dumb question. And then like nobody asks it, and then 10 people walk away and they don't have an answer to their questions. I think, speak up and, get whatever you can.
Yeah, that is one of the things that I've noticed a lot more recently. And I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me because I've always been the person who is willing to look foolish to ask the question, because I mean, if you don't ask you never get an answer. So I think it's incredibly important. And I wish that more people would step up and ask the question that they're worried about asking. I can tell you, nobody who is willing to take the time to answer the question is going to look down on you for asking the question. And anyone who does give you a hard time, they're an idiot. So
I agree.
Yeah. So I want to ask one more question before we let you go, Eli. I know that you manage quite a few people. You've got you've got a team, all over the world that works for you. What are one or two of the best tips for hiring a team to help you, whether that's sourcing or whatever you have them do for you?
The two things I would say is look at someone that you hire as a team member, not an employee, meaning you're really trying to hire almost like a peer. You're not trying to hire people that are below you. You want people that are equal or sometimes better than you. I think Alex Hermosi was saying something along the lines of like, if you want to hire someone that's smarter than you in a certain area, we're really looking for team members that can enhance the team, not just someone to, give an hourly wage that, does something. Maybe they have something more to bring to the table. So really look for people that are team members. And the other thing I would say is kindness. Be kind to people. Treat people as equals or more. So it's not just in the mindset of what type of person you're hiring for quality, but also how you treat people. I've learned that through my years, like, when you get upset at how someone is doing a job, or you think they're not doing a job well enough or anything like that. I think the kind aspect, remember, we're all human beings, and we all just want to be treated as such. So I think treating people as humans and looking for team members is really the two big things that I would say to keep at the forefront.
Awesome. Yeah, I really like that you brought up being kind, because I think in a culture where we're more and more behind the safety of a keyboard, we can take the humanity out of others pretty quickly, whether they work for us or whether it's just somebody on the other end of a fight on social media. It's very easy to pull the pin on a word grenade and lob it over at them. And we do need a little bit more kindness, a little bit more empathy for our fellow man. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, you know what? It applies to not only people that you hire. That was actually something I thought about last couple of days. It feels like there's an elitist kind of movement out there in the Amazon community in some places, mostly social media, and it's keyboard warrior stuff. But you look at people kind of thinking they're better than other sellers that sell Nike socks, and you hear a lot of this. There's this elitist kind of clique that's trying to develop. But it gets back to not being afraid to ask the question. We learn best from people 2 steps ahead of us, right? And we need to remember that we needed the answers to these questions at some point too. It's once we get the big orange bars, apparently it's easy for some people to kind of get an ego and forget that they were a beginner at one point too. So so if the one side works on being kinder to each other, and then the other people just don't worry about looking stupid, you'll get the answer and you'll become a better seller in general. But yeah, that's great advice to be kind to one another.
Eli, I appreciate you taking some time and hanging out with us tonight, man. I don't know if you guys, if you and the family plan on coming through Florida again, but I'm buying dinner next time. Okay.
Well, we have to make it there sometime soon, so I'll definitely keep you posted.
Sounds good, man. All right. I'll talk to you soon, man. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Eli.
All right, guys. We've got so many more prizes to give away that I wasn't thinking about it. We probably need to get on this. So I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to give away a thing of Keepa Academy. Now, if you're not sure what Keepa Academy is, it's something that I created. And I basically took everything I've ever learned about Keepa and I dumped it into about 8 hours of videos. Now, here's the thing. We know that on Keepa, you can see the BSR and you can see the price history and things like that. But Keepa, it's like an onion. I mean, it just has layers on layers on layers. And there's so many different things that you can do with it. And Keepa Product Finder might be the ultimate Swiss Army knife for the Amazon seller. And we dive into all of that inside of Keepa Academy. So I want to drop that to somebody. So do me a favor, drop Keepa into the chat, and I'm going to choose somebody from the chat to win that. So thank you. Everyday Unicorns here. Keepa Academy will blow your mind. Can use it for the small things or holy cow, the deep dive. Thank you. It really is. It was a labor of love getting Keepa Academy out.
Yeah, and I dare say there's nobody out there that truly realizes how valuable Keepa is and can be, and how much more you can unlock. I don't care how much you use it. There's so much to it. It's such a valuable tool.
It really, really is. All right. I'm just gonna scroll through here and pick somebody at random. And it looks like we got Paulie Get That. Paulie Get That. So here's the thing. If you will email me, chris@cleartheshelf.com, I won, and let me know your name and what you won. I will get you access to Keepa Academy. And now, whatever questions you guys have, start asking them in the chat. And we're going to do one piece of news. Then I'm going to have Chris give away some cash, just straight up $500 cash to two people who are here. So I'm going to scroll down just a little bit because I saw an interesting post from a guy who goes by the Bearded Egg on Twitter. And the guy is incredibly smart, excellent Amazon seller, does a lot on the PL side, but I don't hold that against him. But he shared a chart. It was Amazon versus Walmart, and he just said, choose your fighter. And it was a chart of their total annual revenues. Okay. Now, the first thing that I noticed is that whoever made this chart might be a psychopath, because they made the Walmart bar graph Amazon colors and they made the Amazon bar graph Walmart colors. So my eye was twitching the entire time I was looking at this. But Walmart is obviously the dominant force, even to this day. They are the largest retailer in the world. In 2024, it looks like they're going to do about $665 million. But we've got to remember that most of that is first party. Amazon is looking to do about $620.1 billion. So they're only about $45 billion behind Walmart. And now they're both still growing, but this chart shows how quickly Amazon caught up to them, because I mean, essentially they're neck and neck. But back in 2004, Amazon was at 6.9 billion in sales, and Walmart was at 284 billion. And in just 20 years, Amazon has grown to be almost the same size, just $45 billion short of where Walmart is. And one of the other things is, and I know a lot of people are very hot on Walmart right now, as you know, it's the marketplace. It's the place that Amazon sellers need to flock to because Amazon has given us a hard time, et cetera, and so on. And I'm not going to say that you should not diversify your portfolio of marketplaces. But even to this day, Amazon is growing at a faster clip than Walmart, despite their dominance in the e-commerce space. Their last year, 2023, Walmart was at 648.1 billion. This year, they are looking to do about 665 billion. But last year, Amazon was at 574 billion, and they're looking to hit at least 620 billion this year. Now, it seems like, oh, well, that's not much, but the growth rate is significantly higher for Amazon still to this day. Now, are we going to see that change a little bit? Maybe as Walmart's marketplace grows, but I am still so bullish on Amazon. It's not funny. Despite, I don't know, maybe it's Stockholm syndrome, say whatever you want, but I am really bullish on Amazon.
Well, I mean, I think because we just the way we kind of ingest and then distribute the news with Amazon, it's always helpful to big picture stuff, kind of take the 50,000 foot level view. And I think, and if you're on Walmart and you're absolutely kicking ass, that I'm not saying anything against you. That's awesome. And I hope it continues that way. But a lot of sellers, a portion of the movement over to the marketplace, or the concentration to the marketplace, it's definitely not 0%. Is, well, I'm taking my ball and I'm going home. It's people who have had some difficulty with Amazon, or treated unfairly, or a series of things that they felt were unfair, or just got fed up with fee increases or whatever. Look, there's no shortage of negative things to say about selling on Amazon in 2024, right? A lot of the negative stuff happens to be people selling PL courses who just want to play that zero-sum game that, like, oh, arbitrage is dead. Like, get out of here with that. But we always take the 50,000 foot level. And the one thing that you cannot deny, you may be angry with Amazon, but you cannot deny the size of the marketplace, right? It's Amazon to Walmart, the online marketplace. Amazon dwarfs them, right? We talked about it last week on the show when we were talking about eBay. There's you can make a good living on eBay. It probably takes a little bit more work, but that marketplace is dwarfed by the ubiquity of Amazon. There's so many eyeballs on it, and that is just simple economics. Is if you have more eyeballs on your products, you're going to sell more of them, right? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I'm not even sure it's bullish. It's probably not even. It's just realistic, Mm-hmm. It's just kind of stripping away emotion from it and taking an earnest assessment of the sheer size of the marketplace.
Mm-hmm. And Ron, I'll tell you what, I totally understand. It is a hard time getting excited about Walmart or about Amazon because they can completely shut you down. But here's the thing: that is any marketplace. Yes, Walmart may feel like it's more seller friendly, and it is. But I'll tell you the reason for that. And this is something that look, will I take a Walmart course to learn the things that I don't know? Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not knocking anybody when I say this. All right. But the thing that a lot of people, especially people who may want to sell you a course, is they'll forget to talk about the network effect. And that is what marketplaces use to grow. Okay. They use this network effect to grow the size of their catalog, which helps them get more eyeballs. Okay. They get in the news more, that you can find more things there. They get more sellers that way. But then eventually they get to the place where they want to be, or the place where they can kind of have some stasis. And they know that, oh, well, if seller 1 drops out, seller 2 will take their place. And we've got this cycle of sellers coming through, and they will become less seller friendly. It's just the way it is across every marketplace. Etsy did the same thing. Walmart did that. eBay did that. Poshmark did that. Like, all of them have run the exact same playbook. So eventually there will be more rules. There will be you're getting suspended from Walmart and it feels like you did nothing. But as long as we play by the rules, no matter what the marketplace is, we should be able to fight back against any of those kind of problems.
Yeah. But it's a wave that you can absolutely ride, and you
Absolutely.
can make a lot of money. This is probably that period of time that when you talk to sellers who have been around for 10 years, and they talk about how easy it used to be to sell on Amazon, that's probably where Walmart is right now. That Andy from The Office, when he says, I wish there was a way to figure out you're in the good old days while they're happening, like that may be Walmart right now.
Exactly.
But but the long-term play is still Amazon FBA, in my opinion.
Sorry. Margie. So Margie, you've got a good question here. If you have people, friends and family buying merchandise for you in other states, can I Zelle them money for exact amounts of a receipt to prove authenticity? You could probably do that. Yes. However, if you have other people buying for your business, I would highly suggest that you give them a business credit card however you're paying. Like, send them a copy of the credit card, whether it's yours or you get them, signed as an authorized user or something like that. If you're using business credit cards, I happen to have a couple of business credit cards. I can send cards, employee cards out. I can even put spending limits on those employee cards. That is going to make it the easiest, okay? Because now I just have to show, oh, hey, I have an agreement with this person to do buying with me. And you can see that they used their employee credit card. It comes out, it gets paid by our business bank account. And here's the receipt. We're good to go. But if you're going to send them money via Zelle, you're going to have to say, okay, here's the receipt. And you can see that it was purchased by this person with this credit card. Here's my agreement with them. Here's the proof that I paid that person back via Zelle. And here's where that money from Zelle came from, whether out of the business bank account or the credit card. And you're going to have to create more of a line if you have an issue. And so it can be just a little bit harder. All right, Chris, you want to find some people to give away those two $500, or actually, let's do a couple of giveaways here. Let's do two $500 winners from 3 Colts. Let's do OA Challenge and Keepa SOPs.
All right. So while I am flicking my scroll wheel, picking somebody out, what's the count? I'm seeing between you and my Twitter, I've got 228 right now, which has only been climbing. What do we have on YouTube?
Yeah. YouTube right now, we have about 123 people live. Over on Facebook, they don't give me very good estimates. But StreamYard is showing me 357 people live across all platforms. 209 on my Twitter, 128 on YouTube, and it looks like 5 on Facebook. Facebook is just not the place to be, apparently.
Facebook probably doesn't let anybody or any of our followers know that we're even live yet.
I know.
They'll get that notification tomorrow because we didn't pay Zuck enough money. The real
Right?
Zuck, not Corey. We didn't
Exactly.
Yeah. So all right. People are probably like, man, like spouse is yelling at him in the background. All right, $500 cash. You guys ready to let's make some money. Why did I ended up on somebody that I'm not sure how to pronounce their name? Is it Mark Senni? You've been popping zingers in there. I'm glad I ended up on your name, Mark. Or is it like sign? Is it? Give me a phonetic spelling, and you can have $500 in cash. He also asked earlier if I asked the Amazon rep when I did my video conference whether I asked him if he was going to donate to the cause or grow a mustache with me, which is really funny. Yeah. So Mark Senni sign Sen. How would you pronounce that, Chris? What would you go with?
I was going to go with like the river,
like
Seine.
penny with an S. Senni.
Okay, Senni. All right.
All right.
Real quick,
You got it, man. 500 cash for you.
I see Jeff Storch popped in here. Said Facebook's where it's at.
Jeff.
So Jeff, glad to have you in the crowd tonight, man. Hopefully you're putting some Legos together with the kiddos or something, and not sourcing. But for those of you who may not know Jeff Storch, Jeff is someone that you should follow, whether it's on Twitter, Facebook, whatever it is, and you should go listen to our podcast with Jeff Storch. Jeff is an animal. Jeff does $25 million a year across OA and wholesale. And I want to say, if I recall at the time of the recording, that OA was beating out wholesale as the larger portion of his business. And he is one of those people who goes to show you that there is not the ceiling that a lot of people will put on you as an arbitrage seller, whether that's retail or online arbitrage. And he's also he's pragmatic. If arbitrage works and wholesale works and private label works, why wouldn't I just do all of them? And he fights back against that. If you don't do PL, you don't know what you're doing quite a bit. And I appreciate him for that.
Yeah. And he's a great follow. Just watching, just keep track of his mentions and replies, because he doesn't pull any punches. He's got that Philly directness in him. So his interactions on Twitter are very entertaining. I do enjoy following him.
I
Mark, that email is chris@cleartheshelf.com. That's where you want to send that. All right, so let's do an OA challenge. For the OA challenge, I've got Dataroo time.
Nice.
That's I'm not sure if I wanted to give him a prize or just wanted to say his username.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
You've got the OA challenge. The OA challenge is why we are here. That was the seed of this whole thing. So if you haven't taken it, or even just take it again, I've taken it. I've been 80% there in 10 or 11 of them so far. I lost track, but I pick up something every single time. It is my favorite course, and it is extremely rewatchable. So Jeff's Twitter, is it Jeff
It
Sends It?
is at Jeff Sends It, which is it's a little play on what Jeff is into. So Jeff sends it. He sends stuff to Amazon, but Jeff is and his kids are also into mountain biking, and so he sends it on the mountain. They also do skiing as well, and anyway, you'll learn more about that if you go watch the podcast or listen to the podcast, which I promise you, it's worth the investment of your time. But yeah, at Jeff Sends It.
Yeah, and a little Airbnb empire, and then he like vacations with his portfolio. The guy's doing it right. I tell you,
Yeah.
check him out if you haven't. What do we say next? Keepa SOP. Right?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's drop the and I see people saying that the OA challenge is the gold standard. I really do appreciate that. That makes me very happy. Yeah, let's do I'll tell you what, why don't you do Keepa SOPs and the other $500 from 3 Colts, and then we'll do another piece of news and answer some questions for a few.
All right. Keepa SOP. This is low key one of the best prizes that we're going to give away. Matthew Malore. Malore. That's what I would go with. Malore. You got the Keepa SOPs. You're going to become a Keepa master in no time. Send Chris an email, chris@cleartheshelf.com. Subject line I won. Tell him what you won, and you'll get that. Thank you very much for the support. And then we're going to give away $500, another $500 from 3 Colts. Did you guys see the 3 Colts swag?
Sure enough.
Look at that.
Man, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna call somebody because I do not have a 3 Colt sweatshirt.
It's pretty nice too. It's like it's got that cotton poly softness on the inside, but then it feels like it's water resistant. I don't get a lot of water here sitting on my desk all day long every day, but if I did, I'd be protected. All right, so $500 cash. We're going to give that away. The second one, thank you, 3 Colts. Extremely generous. They also donated $1,000 to the cause, so they're $2,000 into this, which is amazing. So I can't thank you guys enough. Before I do, just in case you guys drop off because you're holding on, we are the donations. We are sitting at, was it $64.79?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, $64.79, which is incredible. If there's anybody left before you drop off that you're thinking about it and you haven't donated yet, please, even $5, even $10, it is so much appreciated. This is an effective charity, reputable, highly rated as far as charities go. The one thing that convinced me, the number one thing that put me in action, and I'm naturally lazy, so that's saying something by itself if you know me at all. You know what? The numbers now are 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime, and 1 in 3 women will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime now. That's what those numbers are up to. And when I heard that stat, it shook me to the core, and I've never forgotten it. And I read it 12 years ago. So I hope and pray that it's not higher now. But you know what? And if that doesn't strike you, if that doesn't make you sit up straight at the very least, think about, do an exercise with me, right? So that means 1 in 2 men, right? You're watching Chris and Chris. right? So according to the numbers, one of us will be diagnosed with cancer in our lifetime, right? So, and all right, so maybe you like Chris Grant more than you like me, so you're like, well, I hope it's Rasic, if it has to be one of them. you know, but again, to be earnest, Chris has 2 sons. I have 2 sons, and the numbers say one of them, and that breaks my heart. And you just project someone you love having to go through that, and think just the possibility that we can do something to change that, to bring that number down. 1 in 3 women will be diagnosed. I have a wife and 2 daughters, and you know where I'm going with this. I can't say it out loud because it will make me cry. I can't stand the thought of what that means. So everything helps. And just the awareness. Let people know what you did. Let people know that you donated. Let people know that you're trying to make a difference and that you want to make a difference. That's what awareness is. That's why we're talking about it. That's why I'm wearing this stupid soup strainer. To get the conversations going. That's, it's not just money. I mean, of course, that's the work that's done, but it's awareness as well, because the more we talk about it, the more momentum we bring into the world, moving towards finding a solution, finding a cure, reducing the numbers. Again, it's the loved ones. These numbers, math and numbers and probability, they don't care who you love. It is who it is, unfortunately. So and to the stories that you guys are putting in with these donations, I mean, I can tell this really is striking a chord in a lot of you, and I hope it strikes a chord in a lot more. So get the word out, give anything you can. We're going to give what we have, and the generosity is why we have the prizes that we have. So without further ado, the other $500 from 3 Colts. Again, thank you, Yoda and crew. Sarah Moeller, you've got $500 cash. I am interested if I pronounce that incorrectly. I think I got that one, Chris, right?
I think so.
There is,
yeah.
There is a possibility. It's like a Mueller with that, because that name can kind of go a couple different, but it's
if the O has those 2 dots above it, or did, before maybe
right,
it got
which may
changed,
have been dropped over
Yeah.
time. Yeah. Is Sarah still here? Let us know if you're still here, Sarah. I know she was here earlier.
Yeah.
She had a couple zingers in the chat that I couldn't point out too.
Yes, she did. So, all right, let's talk a little bit more news. Again, we've got more prizes. So I know that a couple people said I didn't win. But listen, we still have some incredible prizes coming up. One of my favorites is going to be coaching from Kim and Perry Coughlin. They are a wealth of knowledge, and that knowledge is both wide and deep. Not only about sourcing for Amazon, growing a business, but also about lean management, which is something that you should go listen to their podcast as well. It was an incredible podcast. But if you want to talk about another point of leverage in your business, in your Amazon business, is learning how to manage lean. We talked about it earlier with the I Love Supplies poly bags, and how just a second or 2 of time savings can turn into some serious money by not putting on a sticker over a UPC or something like that. Well, imagine shaving another 5 seconds off of the way that you prep, or reducing the number of steps that you take every single day by 500 or 1,000 while you prep or while you're managing your office. Now, I know you want to get those steps in, Everyone needs to hit those, those step goals, but you don't want to be doing it when you are trying to save time inside your business. And Kim and Perry know lean management like nobody's business. So we're going to be popping that out here in just a moment. So
yeah, I counted still 9 prizes to go. So
yeah,
don't bail
we've
on
got
us
some more.
if you don't have to.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about another stat that I found fascinating. And there's not much, and then what we'll do is we'll give away a prize after this. This one comes from the Bearded Egg as well, over on Twitter. 67% of Amazon orders contain 2 or fewer items. That, I don't know why that surprised me so much, but I had to really stop and think about that for a minute, because we've got an idea of the order volume that happens on Amazon. Now, of course, it's not our stores. It's not like we can just extrapolate the number, from our storefronts, but we know enough and we've read enough to know what kind of volume Amazon does package wise. And I don't know, it just blew me away because this means the frequency of buying on Amazon is insane. Absolutely crazy to me.
Yeah. And it makes sense. Yeah. And Luke, that's exactly what I was thinking. There's no incentive to wait to build up an order when you have free Prime shipping. And that's what I do. And, Amazon kind of, not that it's a problem, but they did it to themselves. They did with the one click, the one click ordering, the design to get people to buy things easier and reduce as much resistance as possible has led to the dollars that they do. And that's kind of one of the side effects of that, is that you're going to have a lot of 1 and 2 item orders. I don't even think about anything else. I figure out what I want. If I'm going to get it on Amazon, I go there and I just, boom, I order it right away. It doesn't even occur to me. And you can almost see this with Amazon, some of the incentives, they try to, they give you like $1 or $2 digital credit if you agree to slower shipping.
So those $3 digital credits,
that I do.
I absolutely, I had to order 5 or 6 things yesterday. We needed a restock on a couple of things, and 3 of them were like, "Hey, if you order this a little slower, we'll get." I was like, "That's $9." I'm like, "That's a whole Kindle book." I was like, "Done. I'll take it."
I get all that. That's 3 Kindle books for me. I'm scouring those sales emails every day. So yeah, I'm not sure I've paid more than $3 for a book in at least a year or 2. And
you're a better man than me.
Quite a few.
I almost. So I have been. You and I have talked about this, but I've been going down a rabbit hole. It started with a book referral from you. Very good copy by Eddie Schleiner. Which, if anyone's interested in being a writer, this book is fantastic. I mean, it's just so good and so easy to read. Like, he makes reading an absolute joy. I don't know. Hopefully this gets out to him in some way, but he really did make reading an absolute pleasure. And so, of course, now I am down this rabbit hole, and I almost bought a book for $400 because he talked about the person so highly, and the only way to get a copy of this book, it's like $400. So now I'm trying to find a PDF because I don't need another $400 book. Okay,
another $400 book.
Yeah, I have one. Sorry, Lex, you mentioned earlier we may need to fill out a form and mentioned a link. Could you repeat that, please? So yeah, that's FinCEN, the Corporate Transparency Act, and you need to go to fincen.gov/BOI. fincen.gov/BOI. Marcorius. Hopefully I'm getting that name right. You ask a good question here. What are the pros and cons of commingling versus putting on your own FN SKU? So I am not a fan of commingling. Okay. And the reason is that let's say that you commingle all your items and then you get an inauthentic claim. Well, that inauthentic claim may not actually be your fault. What if your items are commingled with a seller who is buying fake items from AliExpress and sending them off to Amazon? I'm going to use Nike socks as an example. If we go to AliExpress right now, we can buy Nike socks. Okay. Now, for any of you who might be listening and are new to Amazon, if you do that, you are buying fake Nike socks. They are counterfeit. Okay. Well, if you are buying them from Nike.com and you're competing with a seller buying them from AliExpress and you commingle and they commingle, they all go to the same place. And Amazon just picks one out of a bin and sends it off, and they don't know which one is which. Okay. So if someone complains about an inauthentic item, you'll be able to fight it, but that's a headache that you don't necessarily need. Okay. And that's really the biggest thing. Everything that you send in should really probably have your own FN SKU on it, in my opinion. All right, let's give away something else here. We've got let's do Kim and Perry coaching. Okay. So Kim and Perry not only manage a really large retail arbitrage business that is, I think it was 13 to 15 million. I don't remember the number exactly, but they've also got 13 children. So I want you to comment 13 in the chat, and I will pick somebody to win the coaching from Kim and Perry. Chris, while that's happening, you want to pick a news item that we can talk about?
Yeah. So, yeah, we should talk about my favorite type. There was a Retail Dive had an article that stated 67% of parents will use buy now, pay later to finance the holiday shopping. Now we have, we've seen this coming, or what will come, for a very long time. We've mentioned it multiple times. But anyway, more details before we get into analysis. 67% of parents and nearly 40% of millennials intend to use the flexible payment plans more during this holiday season. The items shoppers are particularly interested in financing clothing and luxury items. Boy, that's like a finance oxymoron. I can't afford this luxury item, so I'll do super layaway. But they claim it helps them manage their budgets and reduce guilt over expensive purchases. Not $99, just 4 easy payments of $24.99. So to put this in perspective, the 2023 holiday season saw a 14% increase in buy now, pay later, and that's at 16.6 billion. Right. So I'll be very interested to see where these numbers end up. And 43% of consumers interested in using pay later plans value it enough to influence where they shop, which I thought was very interesting. We're kind of we're in a confined marketplace, of course, but as far as retail, it just kind of made me think about the available payment options. That's kind of becoming a big thing. Is that people need to use. I mean, obviously, buy now, pay later has unique advantages, but think about the sites that don't offer PayPal checkout, or you only have shop available. Because there's different customizations. We've used. I rave about PayPal checkout. increased my percentage of orders, OA orders that go through tremendously. Shop isn't quite as good, but there's definitely a pecking order. So there's something to be said about the available checkout options that you have. But this is back to the buy now, pay later. This is a nightmare coming down the road. I mean, because unless you have more faith in consumer budgeting skills than I do, this is going to be bad.
Yeah, I do not have that faith. It seems like a bomb ready to go off, and I'm curious, like the biggest thing for me is I don't want to see some bailout of these finance companies,
right?
More than anything else, because I could see that happening. I mean, I don't know how much I know there's Klarna and there's other ones that are out there. I have no idea how much they have on the books or Afterpay, or how much or what their default rates are. And I'm sure we could find that if we really wanted to. But I don't.
The big question is what do they do in case of default? There's no collateral, right? And you mentioned the good point, bailout. That's not an exaggeration. Like what because remember the last thing that I can remember with no collateral that caused major problems was remember the no doc loans in the early 2000s, where you could just state your income and state your assets, and if it was within a certain range on salary.com, mortgage underwriters just took your word for it if you had a certain credit score and said, all right, never asked for a pay stub, never asked for a W-2, and we kind of had a worldwide financial meltdown that was a major cog in. It shares a healthy amount of the blame for all the trouble that we got in.
I do not want to see that over again. 2008 was my first recession as a working adult. It was not the most fun time. So what about the return rate from buy now, pay later? I have no idea. I don't really have any statistics on that. I'm sure we could find some, but I don't know if it's any different, because Amazon doesn't let us know if they use buy now, pay later kind of stuff, or whether it's just regular pay. But now I'm curious, and I'll probably look into that. That's for those of you who might use some AI like Perplexity. That might be a good question to go ask Perplexity. Is the return rate on buy now, pay laters any different than regular purchases? So, all right, I've pulled a winner for coaching from Kim and Perry, and it's Jaqueline. No, I'm kidding. It's Jacqueline. I don't know if you guys are a fan of Key and Peele, but Key and Peele have a fantastic skit. Jaqueline. But Jacqueline Christian Olafernes, I'm guessing is how that last name is pronounced. So make sure to email me, Chris@cleartheshelf.com. Say I won in the subject. Let me know what you won, and I will make sure that you get hooked up with Kim and Perry. And yeah, Key and Peele, absolute comedic geniuses. So.
Oh, it's so funny.
All right.
Update,
we're going to answer
$64.99 is the update.
Oh,
$1 away from $6,500.
$1 away from
this is amazing.
I will.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah. You guys have been very, very generous tonight, and we appreciate that. If by the end of this you're not at 6,500, I'm going to give another $1. So we're not going to let that stand.
And we are bleeding Pringles dry of their
right?
corporate funds.
Man, first the Olean lawsuits, and now this. I'm not sure how they're going to survive. So Jaron and Christina, is there any potential issues using a virtual card number for OA? Thinking about Section 3 documentation, etc. I don't believe that there would be an issue because essentially when you use PayPal checkout, you are using a virtual card. PayPal hides all of that information from the end user. So no, I don't think that you'll have an issue. You're just going to have to, again, draw that line. Now, PayPal makes it nice and easy. You could show them the PayPal purchase, in your PayPal history. You could show, where that purchase came from on your credit card statement. You're going to be able to do the exact same thing with a privacy.com purchase as well. You're going to be able to show that there was a purchase from your privacy card, that it came from your credit card, etc., and you'll be just fine. So
I tell you what, I was sweating it prepping for this video interview today, because again, for it, if you didn't catch it, when Corey was on, I'm going through my section 3. It's my turn, Luke, right? The terminology is just everyone's apparently going to get one. So one of the products that they picked out, I had paid with my PayPal business cashback MasterCard, which PayPal has closed. The servicing site is completely shut down. A couple days before I got my Section 3 notice, I got notification that the servicing had transferred to whoever was going to finish out the last of the remaining balances. And I have no way of getting my credit card statements from that card that I could figure out. I spent a couple days just like, if I wasn't actively calling and emailing and whatnot, I was sweating bullets. But luckily, the guy never asked. He probably liked my mispronunciation of beauty as booty, and forgot all about it. But they, and I even I talked about it, and because a couple of my receipts said PayPal because I used PayPal checkout. But we got into the conversation about the business cards, and I said, well, I have a rotation that I use and whatnot. And I said, but you'll see PayPal checkout on there. And I said, but all of my business cards are attached to my PayPal account that I use, so I can go through the PayPal checkout because there are additional buyer protections, is what I told them. I said, but then the credit card is linked through that checkout. So I tried to explain that process, and that was it. There was much ado about nothing.
Yeah. And
Booty is the key, unicorns.
Right. Maybe there's no way to tie a physical card with a virtual card. I ran into this problem with Section 3. So the whole thing is you're going to have to draw that, for them. Okay. Yeah, that seems difficult to understand for someone who's not used to knowing what that is. Like, if you told me, hey, I use a privacy card and then it gets paid with, this credit card or it gets paid with this bank account, I would understand that. So there's got to be a way that you can make that make sense. All right. And again, not to just keep dropping, hey, go listen to this podcast and that podcast, but we talk about how to make it simple to understand in the podcast we did on our Section 3s. And how I made sure that all of the information was easy to read and not all over the place. And if you can do that, chances are you'll be able to get them to understand and reverse those Section 3s on that kind of stuff. All right, let's Chris, I'll tell you what, why don't you pick another prize for us to give away? And I'm going to answer this next question from GC. GC, is it risky to do OA from international websites? Assuming we vet the company and they're legit, could there be issues with Section 3, inauthentic, etc.? So Amazon has given us some information on this, okay? They recently came out and said, hey, this is what we're looking for when you send us invoices, receipts, etc. And the biggest thing is that they wanted to see someone with a web presence. Or if they didn't have a good web presence, they wanted other ways to be able to verify that they're legitimate, okay? So now, my opinion is I try not to source from a ton of international websites. unless I really know who they are. Okay. There's a couple of beauty websites that are in the UK that I'm pretty happy with. But I'm probably staying away from a lot of the Asian beauty sites that are overseas. But if you source from an international website and they've got a good Trustpilot rating, they've been around for 5+ years, their social media following is really good. Maybe they have reviews on social media as well. If you can line up all those things together to be able to give someone like a packet that says, hey, I can prove that this is a good company, then I'm not against it.
All right. IP alert. We've got Jeanette Johnson. You're going to get IP alert.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Jeanette. Again, make sure to email me, chris@cleartheshelf.com. Put I won in the subject line and let me know what you won and your name, and I will get that for you. Andy, for your PayPal checkout, is your PayPal billing address your prep center address or your address? Does that matter at all?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Yeah, that's one of those things where you just got to play around with it. And there are even going to be times when no matter what you do, you just get the boot. Chris and I have both gotten the boot from the very same retailer fairly recently. Thought we were doing everything right, on both of us, and I flew a little too close to the sun, probably, trying to order way too many units at once.
Took off like a rocket ship.
Then Chris was like, you know what, I'll give it a shot, and went real small, and sure enough, flagged it. So sometimes there's just no working around it. And so what the solution to that is finding the sites that want to take your money. And they're out there. They're absolutely out there. There's probably one or two retailers that you could spend $50,000, $60,000, $100,000 at every single month, and they would not bat an eye. They would take your money. They'd let you take advantage of all their sales, and ask you for more if you had it. And when you find those sites, I shouldn't say there's one or two. There's one or two that I know of that we source at. There's more out there, but once you find those sites, the key is learning how to source those sites really, really well.
Yeah. And Andy, that was basically my motivation to use PayPal checkout. Was because I kept running into sites that would kick my order back and cancel it simply because my billing address was different from my shipping address. Right. I was shipping to the prep center, and my credit card was my home address. And it's not as simple as changing my credit card billing address to the prep center because I have two different prep centers. So the amount of work and organization keeping everything straight, I wasn't really interested in it when I thought about it. So you can actually, some sites you can just kind of go through, and I just check the box that says my billing address is the same as my shipping address, even though that is inaccurate. And I go through the PayPal checkout, and sometimes it takes it. Sometimes some merchants have it set up to where whatever the billing address is on PayPal, they will override what you have in your shopping cart. But sometimes that still goes through. Sometimes it's not an issue. But I'm not 100% using PayPal checkout either. Sometimes you just can't get it to go through. Some merchants just don't want our money.
Exactly. Jeanette, Trustpilot needs to be a shortcut on your computer. I'll tell you what, there's an easy way to do that. And it is actually something created by our good friend and next giveaway donator, Derek Lee, who also runs OA Hunt. So he also owns ASIN Gadget, and right inside of ASIN Gadget, you can click on this little extension and click this little magnifying button. I know I'm not sharing with you right now, but inside there, you can see the who is information for any website. You get Trustpilot in there as well. And you also get the Scam Advisor website. Now, I'm not a huge fan of Scam Advisor, but I do like Trustpilot, and I do like who is, so I can see how old a particular website is. But I'm going to give you another tip, okay? If you use something like OA Highlight, which is free, it's something that you get for joining our school, our FBA Today school, you can add in searches, okay, to OA Highlight. There are also other tools like the context menu search where you can automatically search for things. And if you look at trustpilot.com, when you go and search for a website, they have a URL structure that is the same. So if I pull up Target inside of Trustpilot, the URL is trustpilot.com/review/www.target.com. So what you could do is you could add that, you could add the trustpilot.com/review/ and then make sure that you have a way to get in the URL into whatever search whatever search feature you're using, whether that is OA Highlight or context menu search, and you can have it pulled up automatically with just a right click of your mouse. Now, if you're not sure how to do that, you'll need to go look up some videos on how to change out context menu search and things like that, but it's fairly easy to do once you get it figured out. So, all right. Yeah, we've got some more prizes to give away, and we need to get through some of these so that we can let you guys out of here around 9 o'clock. But I said that our next giveaway was going to be from Derek Lee, who runs OA Hunt. It's going to be 1 month to his blue lead list. And this is going to the real Tony G. You, sir, are going to get 1 month to the OA Hunt blue lead list. Again, just shoot me an email and I'll get you in contact with Derek so he can get you taken care of.
Big T, congrats. Thanks. He had a super chat too. Thank you for that.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. You've been a great supporter. I appreciate you. All right. Chris, why don't you choose another piece of news we'll go through pretty quick, and then I'll get through 2 more giveaways here.
All right. So this has been a much heavier edition of our show. So a couple lighter pieces. I'm going to combine 2 of the pieces, right? Just funny, just stuff I found was funny. One is so they announced a new Mission Impossible movie, right? It's possibly parentheses, hopefully, the last one. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning was announced. I'm not a big Tom Cruise guy, sorry. So Tom Cruise, he's going to be hanging from airplanes and sprinting at full speed across aircraft carriers and whatnot, and he's going to be doing this at age 62. Did you know that? He's 62 years old, right? And I think my mom thought I was picking on her or something, because she's like, well, if he can, why doesn't he? It's like, well, you know, if Leo can date 25-year-olds, which seems to bother you, why wouldn't he? That's not the same thing. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, but 62, he's going to be 2 years older than Ian McKellen was when he played the ancient wizard Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings.
No way.
I kind of verified that, but not fully. But yeah, but like the very first, the Fellowship of the Ring, Ian McKellen was 60 years old, and I talk about two different 60 years old, like. But my question is, and I'm a Tom Cruise hater, but like, isn't it time to stop that stuff? Like quit running around. Like when is he gonna move into his old man roles? Like,
Good question.
I don't know. Why isn't he doing more like Oscar bait? Just kind of doing the wise man, and ex CIA / bodyguard / whatever the heck they're gonna do. But I mean, I know the answer. These movies pull in about $200 million, and they're usually top 10 for the year that they come out. But I just thought that was crazy, like the comparison of 60 years old.
That is crazy. Well, there's two things that I'm thinking of from that. Is one, does he keep doing these because of how much he has to pay to the Church of Scientology? And so, like, is he like close to being in the poorhouse because of like whatever they take from him?
Yeah, maybe his alien overlord is making him do it. Yeah,
That could be
a good point.
Now, the other thing is Tom Cruise. I think the Church of Scientology is nuts. I'm sorry, I'm not normally. I would never pick on a religion or anybody's belief system, except Scientologists. Okay, because Zorp or whatever is not just not something that we should be praising. But
I wish it was. I wish it was really Zorp. I talk about it a whole lot more if I got to say Zorp all the time.
But my question is what are they doing? Is Dianetics really that good that they can keep him so youthful at that age?
Yeah, like I don't like. I don't like that Jesus has commercials, like that. I was raised Christian. Like, I think it's weird that he has commercials. I know it's the Hobby Lobby guy, but yeah, like, I don't, and yeah, Scientology, it's kind of, you could make an argument that it's the Ann Arbor of religions,
Yes. Yes.
All right, and then more lighthearted news. Did you see that Mattel they have toys out for the new movie Wicked, which is, I don't know, is that a Wizard of Oz prequel or something? I know it was a Broadway play, and it's very, very popular, like, and but I'm not really familiar with any details. Did you see
We're not
that
men of culture?
No. Did you see that they put a website of a porn website on the back of the packaging?
Yeah. I mean, come on. What the heck? Like, what? I know that thing's getting edited multiple times and being looked over. How do you miss that? Like, somebody was not like, I wonder what this, I wonder what this site is. And I can't get on it through the company firewall. That's a red flag. I mean, come on.
Or what? What about these kids' tablets? Like, oh, maybe I can go follow the Yellow Brick Road on their website.
Yeah, what? This is not the first time this has happened either. So what? I mean, what's going on? Now here's something that really it's just hilarious. But here's the thing that irritates me about this. Okay, the thing that irritates me is I know some people got these before they took them off the shelves, which means that they should be able to sell them, but all the websites are going to pull them down. By all the websites, I mean, the only place you could sell it is eBay, and they're going to be pulling those off of eBay unless you try to, get around the rule a bit. I don't agree with that. I think that there should be somewhere to be able to sell those if you legally own it.
Yeah, Ken did the groundwork for us. He verified it is truly a porn site. Thanks for taking that bullet for us. I wonder how many kids are like like, oh no, this is that website that Daddy watches after we go to bed.
Oh, jeez.
God. Zorp.
Now
It's
we're
all
into the
Zorp's
late
fault.
night section of the show.
Yeah,
and
yeah, it's like when primetime, yeah, the PG section of the show is
right.
we're not obligated by guidelines anymore.
So let's give away a couple more things for you guys being here. And I did see that Chris is over 6,500, so I appreciate you guys again for that. But let's give away Seller Amp, 3 months to Seller Amp and 3 months to Boxem. I was scrolling here through the comments, and 3 months of Seller Amp, Brandy Gendra. Brandy Gendra, you get 3 months of Seller Amp and 3 months of Boxem. I appreciate Miles and Warner and the guys over there doing this for us. Denise Lutton, you get 3 months free of Boxem to give that a try. So congratulations again. Shoot me an email, chris@cleartheshelf.com with the subject I won, what you won and what your name is, and I'll make sure that you are taken care of. So, all right. I want to answer a question or two. Sorry, go ahead.
Najim says, are you saying I'm stuck with 15 of these dolls? That's the part that we didn't bring up is that may be a hold, right?
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Think about remember those Beanie Babies that McDonald's was giving away or selling or something that had Oak Brook as one word in one spot, but then Oak Brook is 2 words in another spot, and part of the Beanie Baby collectible community thinks those are worth hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. You can actually see completed eBay sales for disgusting amounts of money.
Absolutely. All right, I want to take a moment, and I want to offer you guys something. You guys have been here for hours. Some of you have, and I wanted to make sure that everyone went away a winner tonight. So if you take a moment and go over to cleartheshelf.com/guides, it's cleartheshelf.com/guides. You will be able to get access to 10 guides about selling on Amazon, even selling on Walmart, and a calculator. Absolutely free, cost you absolutely nothing. You drop your email in, I will email it over to you immediately. But you can grab that at zero cost. It's 58 pages worth of information about all different facets of Amazon, from mental models to how to win the buy box, to how to manufacture margins, all things that Chris and I have talked about, but condensed into something a little bit more palatable than a 2 or 2.5 hour podcast. Should be able to read these things in maybe 15 minutes. So head over to cleartheshelf.com/guides, and you can download those all for free.
Yeah, I shouldn't admit how many times I access those. Like, I even find myself just, they're terribly convenient, right? It's just, I was in there today. I was looking at the section 3 one, just to kind of right before the interview, and I can't listen to our entire podcast. I didn't have that kind of time. So this was just it's a highlighted, it even gives like key quotes from the episode. I mean, it's great. I was surprised how much I liked it.
Yeah. I've been very happy with those. So Carp, in regards to receiving a cease and desist, do we only pay attention to the physical forms? Is that correct? No. So I would not pay attention to any that come via email. There's no way to prove that you actually got those. All right. And if anyone was going to sue you, they're not going to tell you via email for that exact reason. Now, the one that comes via mail, if they come from Voorhees, 99% of the time, those can go into the circular file. Now, I'm not a lawyer. If you talk to a lawyer, they're going to give you different advice. And I have a lawyer on retainer. And so if I get them, I will send them over to my lawyer. That way he can shoot off a letter, which is the equivalent of the middle finger in legalese. And that's what I do with those. But typically throwing them out. Now, if it comes from certain places, like if it comes from, I can't remember the guy's last name, but there's a particular lawyer. Is it Rosenbaum?
Yeah. The guy that does Fortress brands.
Yes. If it's him, I'm probably taking a little bit more seriously than I am, just about anybody else. But 9 times out of 10, you can ignore them. Okay. All right. Let's do another giveaway that we're going to answer some questions for a few minutes here. So we've got 3 months of Flip Alert from Saul. We've got the Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge left. We've got 300 units prepped for free at Network Prep, and 6 months free to the Sellers Network, which is Chaz's Discord. So, Chris, what do you want to give away next?
Let's see. You know what? I had a thought that, like, it is, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. I'm not sure who might, but do you think Amazon to Amazon Flips? Do you think there's a sweet spot in Q1? Do you think Amazon themselves has to deal with overstock? That they might have bought for Q4, and because they stock their own stuff, and they fulfill it, sold and shipped and fulfilled by Amazon. So it's logical to think that they have some of the same retail issues that any brick and mortar would have. We know that there's a verifiable surge in sales, and then it kind of goes back down to what it's going to be in January. So I'm curious if there's unique opportunities in Q1. So I want to give away the Amazon Flips because Saul is, as far as I'm concerned, the GOAT. So 3 months of Flip Alert. Let's do that one. Luke Ewing, you got 3 months of Flip Alert if you're still around. I think, because he said when we were talking about the porn website, he said he was listening to this show in the car with his kids. So you're welcome. So that's, and then Amazon to Amazon challenge, the course top I saw, which was awesome. I hope you guys do another one of those. George K, where are you at? I'd like to give you Amazon to Amazon Flips challenge. So jump in there, or if you can't reach the comment section, again, that's Chris at cleartheshelf.com. That's where you want to send the email. Subject line, I won. WON for the Ann Arbor people. Use that version of one.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. All right. Corey, is it possible, or have you ever heard of repercussions for FBA inbound problems? Yes, there can absolutely be repercussions if you have too many inbound shipping problems. And that can be up to or including suspension of inbound shipping capabilities until you file your plan of action and all of that. So you do want to be a little bit careful. Absolutely. Sarah, how can I contact Chris Rasick? So I don't know. I don't know. Would you prefer email or DM on social media, Chris? What would you prefer?
Well, Sarah, I'd prefer something more discreet. I am a married man. To just publicly ask how to slide into my DMs no, I'm joking. Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you in the school? Are you in the FBA Today school? If you are, you can send a message there. I always have that open as a tab. That's probably the most likely because, like, Twitter is too much spam. Speaking of spam, my spam filters on my leads list thing has no idea what's what. So yeah, that's fine. I'm a hot mess. Thank you. I don't disagree. I appreciate
His
that.
wife doesn't.
Oh, there
disagree
she
either.
is.
I know her.
Yeah, no, she'd be the first. She'd beat you to it if she was in this comment section. Sarah, okay, perfect. Yeah. So yeah, send me a message on school. Zorb. So Big T, it's Zorb. I thought it was Zorb. I thought we were going with Zorb. I like Zorb. I think we're splitting hairs here, but it's Big T. So I'll call it Zorb if that's what he wants.
All right, let's see if we got any more questions here, and then we'll do we got 2 more giveaways to do here. Sorry, let me just see if
minutes away from hitting the 4-hour mark. By the way,
yes, yeah, we're
awesome.
gonna hit the 4-hour mark. Absolutely. How long have we been live? Yeah, we're at 3 hours and 46 minutes so far live. So,
and we're up over 300 on Twitter between both of our streams.
oh, that's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
So
still
Sarah's
only growing.
curious, what happens if we reach the $7,000 mark that Chris is, $7,000 mark? Is it a possibility of reaching what he has previously earned in total? Seem to remember him saying it was 7K. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
If anybody gets Chris to 10,000, I will shave my head live on air. But that's about as good as I got. So
Luke and Artem are gonna have like a GoFundMe up. Like it's probably up right now.
Right.
They'll have their own fundraiser.
All right, let's see here. So Everyday Unicorns, what is Flip Alert? So let's talk about this a little bit, because Amazon to Amazon flips is something that everyone should probably learn. And Saul, or at Saul Sells Stuff, he really is he is the GOAT when it comes to Amazon to Amazon flips. The guy does a ton of flips and teaches people how to do it, and then also created a software to help people do it better. Now, do you need the software? No, absolutely. And Saul would admit that. You can do it with Keepa, okay? However, Keepa is a little bit slow when it comes to those sale prices on Amazon. And so Flip Alert was created to be faster, to find those flippable products, 10 minutes before anybody using Keepa finds them, and also allows you to filter a whole lot more than you can in Keepa, and also, get alerts and all kinds of stuff. And so it's just a way to make flipping Amazon to Amazon a little bit easier. It's a great tool. You can always get a free trial to it for, I think, a couple of days. I think there's a free trial. Yeah, it's something everyone should take a look at.
Yeah, and you gotta love a product that was developed simply to make things easier and more efficient for the person that created it. Like those always tend to be the really great products. Just like, man, this is great. I should let other people have it too. Like, yeah, sign me up.
That's the thing. An Amazon business is, I see it in Amazon businesses too. Scratching your own itch is one of the best ways to start a business. For example, if you decide you want to sell on Amazon as your business, but you're also interested in, say, golf, which I love golf. I'm horrible at it, but I love it. And so sourcing golf products is not something that I enjoy it. It's not a difficult thing to do. And you can do that in other ways as well. If you're really interested in something, like, find a way to make money with it and or solve your own problem. Chances are other people have that problem as well. So Matthew says, are Amazon to Amazon flips considered the safest? They're pretty daggone safe, in my opinion. Like, if you have to prove to Amazon that something was authentic with an Amazon receipt, Like it doesn't really get better than that, you know. Amazon giving them themselves the shoot. I'm thinking of the meme where Obama gives himself the medal.
Pin in the middle of themselves.
Yeah.
You know what? I've read at least a handful of people that have had ASINs picked out that they got off of Amazon, and their Section 3 verifications are pretty quick, from what I remember.
Yeah, absolutely. So. Excuse me. Let's see what else we've got here.
There's a lot of talk about head shaving going on in there.
Can you please post the link for the free guides? Yeah, absolutely. I'll post that again. That link is cleartheshelf.com/guides. Cleartheshelf.com/guides. Try to make it nice and easy over there.
Malcolm's here. I didn't see him earlier. Hi, Malcolm. Yeah, he says flip alerts 1 million times faster than Keepa. That's a pretty big selling point. And that's true too. Like you will get an alerts on Flip Alert before Keepa even sniffs it, which is a distinct advantage if you're on it. So yeah, good point, Malcolm. Thank you.
Yeah. And let's see. Someone here says, "Is this the longest video you've ever done?" Yeah, this will be our longest ever, and live. Which just goes to show you, we are sultans of talking. Like we could do this for quite some time. Let's see here. What is your
Matthew has a follow-up? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. If you want to find that for me, Najim asked, "What is your Discord and what do you offer there?" I actually don't have a Discord any longer. I always tell people to head over to the buybox.io. That one's where you should hang out at.
And RIP, the OA Challenge VIP Discord. If you know, you know. It's not the same without it. I'm not saying it's bad, but the alternative that we were presented. However, the original OA Challenge Discord was where it's at.
Yeah, that was a good place. Luke says here, I repeat, I'm not here for the giveaways, and I have Flip Alert and the buy box, so please hand that off to someone else. So, Chris, do you want to pick a different winner for Flip Alert? Oh, and Chris, oh, there he is. He's back.
Man, like I think I'm competing against late night tablet bandwidth, but
yep,
I'm still here.
All right. So yeah, why don't you find us another winner for Flip Alert, and I'll try to find that follow-up from Matthew here. Brandy, I appreciate that. Yeah, well, you know what? We just have a good time with this. We love talking Amazon and business and kind of BSing. It's been a ton of fun. Apologize. Where do you do the flip? So Ava, I'm not sure I understand the question, but if you'll ask again, I'd be happy to answer. And Matthew, I found it here. So since they're considered to be a safer option, why do you think this isn't the most common way of sourcing? Because not everyone knows about it. And I wouldn't want everyone to do Amazon to Amazon flips, because you would kill the market. So you do need to go find products from other places. But it's a great way to, and there is a limit. Do I think you could build $1 million or $2 million a year business off Amazon to Amazon flips? Yeah, absolutely. But a lot of times you have to buy 3 units, 5 units, 10 units at a time. And there are some products where like we need to buy 20 or 30 or sometimes 50 if it makes sense. And so you can't always do that. But it's just a good thing to add to your business. All right.
All right, so I'm trying to find. So I blinked out for a second. I am finding a substitute for Flip Alert because
Yes.
Luke doesn't want our charity, our giveaways. He's only here to Twitchify my background, apparently, right?
Yep.
And
Uh,
listen
and-
to innuendo news pieces while his kids are in the car.
Matthew, I imagine it's not as beginner friendly. I don't know if it's not as beginner friendly. Saul makes it fairly easy to understand. But does Amazon have an order limit? Sometimes they do. Absolutely. Sometimes they do have an order limit. Now you can get a business account. You can buy from a personal account. There are some rules that you need to pay attention to. Not using any Prime benefits, things like that. But it is it's a good thing to learn, even with order limits. And then there are ways to get around it as well. And I'm not saying get around it on Amazon. I'm saying sometimes Amazon is price matching. So I'll let your imagination go with that. Non-cont. Love you too. Would you guys recommend Aura over Be Cool? 110%. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. I can neither confirm nor deny that was the person I was referring to when I said, go see what your repricer founder is posting about.
Yeah.
All right. So, all right. So while I'm finalizing, I'm trying to pick at random, but I keep finding people that have already won something. So, in the meantime, let me know what's your favorite nickname for a mustache, right? If Flavor Saver, it's kind of almost cliche at this point. I mentioned Soup Strainer before, Cookie Duster, Mouth Brow, Whisker Wizard. That feels like a stretch. Lip Curtain, always a classic go-to. That's solid. Nope, I'm not going to say Womb Broom out loud. Nope, that doesn't count. Nose Neighbor. I think my favorite might be the Snot Stopper. Right?
That is a good one. I do like that.
I can't find the squirrel one that I used last year. It was hilarious, and I wasn't sure if I made it up or it was real. Anyway, okay. Did I landed on Gina? Did Gina win anything yet?
No.
And
I do not see that.
I don't know.
So,
We might be too late in the evening for me to try her last name. Tashuk?
Tashuk. Gina. Hopefully that's right. So Gina is from Canada. I'm very familiar with Gina. Let me pop her name in here. So Gina, you know the drill. Shoot me an email to chris@cleartheshelf.com and make sure you put I won in the subject line and let me know what you won and your name, and I'll get that all taken care of for you. I want to go through these last two prizes. All right. We're 2 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. I want to answer any final questions, get these prizes out, and then go over a couple of things with you guys before we wrap things up. Hey, Arbitrage Avenue is here. Sarah is here. Sarah's also going to be at the Christmas party. If you want to know about Walmart, she is a wealth of knowledge. Glad to have you here, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
So let's do the 6 months free to the Sellers Network. Actually, Sarah is there. She's the in-house Walmart guru, I believe. So that's going to go to Jerry Brown. Jerry Brown. You get 6 months free to the Sellers Network. That is with Chaz and Sarah is there. There's several other folks who are incredible e-commerce folks, and then also want to do 300 free units prepped over at Network Prep, which is also from Charles Leslie, and that is going to go to Jose Rivera. So again, to to all the winners, if you won something tonight, email me, chris@cleartheshelf.com. Put I won in the subject line and let me know what you won and your name, and I will get you taken care of.
Yeah, Gina had the gall to step away from this 4-hour stream for a minute. Gina, you won Flip Alert. It's 3 months.
3 months of Flip Alert.
Flip Alert.
Yeah.
So congratulations, and congratulations to all the winners. Man, even if we didn't commit to this being a marathon thing, it might have taken that long just to get through all the prizes that were donated.
Yeah.
Can't thank the sponsors enough. Even if you didn't win, you've gotten a taste of, and we've kind of mentioned as we're giving away the prizes, what we like about this stuff. We're not giving away junk. This is all valuable stuff. If you have any other questions, reach out to us or consider purchasing, or follow them on socials. Pretty much everybody's around. See what they're about. We don't have relationships for affiliate commissions, or anything like that. These are genuine people that we like talking to, that are smart, that really bring something strong to the table. So, yeah, thank you again to all the sponsors.
Yeah. All right. I've got a couple of things I want to go through. I want to mirror what Chris said. We had some people really show up. We wanted to knock your guys' socks off with giveaways, and 3 Colts and Rev Seller and Boxem and Seller Amp and Flip Alert and Derek and all of you people that I mentioned at the very beginning. I am incredibly grateful for you. It says a lot about the Amazon community. And for those of you who are here, I'm showing on my end that Chris is at $6,660 raised for Movember this year. And I want to thank you. I do not take lightly the fact that you guys put your trust in us and give us something that is priceless, and that is your attention. Money can be made back. Bad buys can be fixed, but your time cannot be gotten back. And you give that to us on a regular basis with the podcast, with our weekly lives, and we appreciate that. We hope that we occasionally make you smile. We hope that we make you a little bit of a smarter seller every single week, and that in some way we brighten your life just a little bit, and have fun while we're doing it. So again, we do not take that what I think is a responsibility lightly, and I appreciate you guys for being here and honoring us with your time and also your donations. It means a ton, and I'm very, very thankful for that. Now, as we do start,
wait. I think Kent had it. Dirt Squirrel. I think that's what it was.
Thank
you, Kent.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Not to ruin the heartfelt moment, but I was so excited. That was killing me. Like, what was the squirrel one? I think that's it. Thank you, Kent.
Yeah, that is a good one. So now, again, I want to say just one more time, don't worry, dad joke is coming. I have not forgotten.
Jeanette's on it. 4 hours in, Jeanette's like, you're not done.
You're not done. So again, I wanted to make sure that nobody went away a loser. Okay. Hopefully you got a laugh again, but if you go to cleartheshelf.com/guides, here's what you're going to get. Okay. You're going to get 10 different guides that you can use in your business. There is a calculator in there as well that you're going to get access to. Excuse me. The voice is starting to give. But drop in your email, absolutely free. It'll be emailed over to you immediately, so you can get access to 58 pages of education. Okay. the other thing is we are starting our Black Friday sale. So if you didn't win, but there's something that you wanted, you heard something good about the OA challenge, or you want to know how to fly first class while you're an Amazon seller, absolutely free, or you want to get IP alert or something like that, we are going to be doing 50% off through Black Friday. That starts immediately. All right. I will email you about that if you sign up for the guides, or you can go to cleartheshelf.com/Black Friday. And that's just another thing we're going to be doing. So how much is the wholesale challenge? I can't remember right off the top of my head, but it's 50% off whatever the cost is. Although that's not really helpful. But I appreciate you guys. Now, I guess we should hit this with a dad joke. I don't know. Chris, have you ever tried blindfolded archery?
No.
You don't know what you're missing.
Solid. That's solid.
All right, guys. Again, from Chris and I appreciate you. This has been a good time. I think this is going to become an annual event. Okay, this is fun, and I like raising money for a good cause. So I appreciate every single one of you, Chris. I appreciate you bringing the opportunity to do this. This has been a great time.
Yeah, this is guys. I can't believe you guys stuck with us 4 hours plus, and I mean this episode in particular, obviously very, very special to me, and you guys crushed it. Again, I was overwhelmed with the network support by the friends, and I am equally overwhelmed by you, the audience. Guy, you showed this cause and you showed us a lot of love tonight, and I really, really appreciate it. I might get choked up for the third time, but and Chris Grant, I mentioned it earlier, and I will bookend that sentiment. You have taken this whole thing to a level that I didn't think was possible, that I didn't think I could achieve, and I probably couldn't on my own. You've been the vehicle to heights that I didn't realize. And it's not just I mean, you give your time, you give your ideas, you give your brain power, your bandwidth, but also I think that's founded in the fact that you appreciate this cause also. I didn't have to convince you. There weren't a lot of talks about the merits of Movember. We didn't talk about, well, why don't we do something else? I just kind of stated how I felt about it and what I did. And you frickin' ran with it. So I thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Thank you so much for making this possible and being the conduit to get to where we are now.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, guys. That's it for now. We'll try to beat this one next year. I really appreciate you guys, and we will see you next Wednesday for a regular episode of the Q&A show. Have a great night, everybody.